yeah, very, very early. Still learning. Very much a beginner. But yeah, it's fun. It's good. Getting there is the key, I think. Um, yeah, I'll just give you like an example if you want to see. Yeah, scope management is so big as a solo dev. It's super tough. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Like, I've got all these fantastic ideas, but fantastic ideas are all great in theory, but when you put them in practice, you realize time is really, really important. And people got real life stuff going on, and you can only sit down for or after work for a little bit to try and. Thanks for the follow flames. So yeah, you just kind of do what you can do, I suppose, with what time you have. Is Gamemaker? Yeah. Here's my follow. Got to run. About to go live. Nice. Good luck. Thanks for the follow, Clayfy.
Hey. It's another day, another development stream. Oh, just as soon as I wake up. I definitely stayed up way too late last night doing optimization. Let's try not to have a repeat of that today. There's really not much more to do with the Delta Time stuff. There's a little bit of stuff in the human code. Stasis. Where they move, where they enter the portal. Oh, interesting. Yeah, if I wanted that to be correct, then it needs to be affected by their health as well. Movement, which would be 2 anyway, so I can just use movement instead of this number. If I do this, that will all be correct. And, oh, I am updating the direction. Oh, I think I know why. I'm pretty sure I'm actually telling it not to do this in stasis. I think I disable the object. Do I disable the object? Or the instance? No? No. No, why don't I who knows why I don't disable the object. We just kind of make it invisible. And we keep it in stasis until we finish transitioning to the next level. And the other thing that I've got to do is arrows, one of the other few things in the game that move. The arrows fly through the air. speed minus equals decay. So I just give it a direction and a speed, and then I start slowing it down over time. It seems a little bit redundant now, to be honest with you. I mean, does it even matter? Why do I care if they shoot the arrow outside of the room? I don't know. That's pretty pointless. We don't really need to do that. We can just say if the speed is less than or equal to 0, then we destroy the arrow. Destroy the child. And how am I going to do this? Well, the speed is not actually... wait. This is kind of weird. Well, I am updating the speed every step. So I think all I need to do is... multiply the speed by the delta multiplier here. That should work, because we're updating it every step, yeah. Let me just go back to the human for a second. Yeah, I'm also updating the speed every step, so that's fine. Okay, so I was already setting the direction, but then I was telling it not to update their sprite when they're in this state. I kind of, I thought it worked a little bit differently from how it does. I'm just wondering about the time switching and how we should do that. Speed would equal, I think I can add it in there, can't I? I want to do speed. First I want to divide by time, and then I want to... This is weird. It's weird because I like... I think I like reset the speed. Yeah, if you change the time scale, first I like want to find out what the speed would be if we were in 1 time speed, and then change it to what it should be in the new time scale. Yeah. Otherwise you don't wind up with the right speed. But yeah, what I want to do is like this, multiplied by delta multiplier. Speed, time, delta multiplier, and then this one, I'll just multiply this one by... Wait, no, I can't do that. What? Speed. Oh, that's, yeah, that's, I think I have to do it like this. I have to... Well, I mean, I can do that, or I can do... Instead of doing it on multiple lines, right, I can do speed equals speed minus decay multiplied by delta multiplier. I think that works, right? Rather than just subtracting the decay from speed, you set speed to speed minus decay and then multiply it by the delta to get the correct speed for the frame. So the arrows should fly at the right speed now. I don't think there's anything else really. There's just the stuff that does pathing. There's the camera movement. There's arrows. There was the stasis stuff the one time that we have a creature moving but not on a path. And that's pretty much it. If we watch the hunters shoot some arrows and get an idea of whether this is correct or not. They are going to be attacked by wolves, but they scared them away. Whoa. Holy. I feel like the arrows seem faster to me, but that might be in my head. So I haven't applied any delta time compensation to the click and drag camera controls. There's also the rotation on the trees. I guess I would want to... I don't know actually if it works the same way for rotation. I'm guessing so. Yeah, it would. So we just want to apply the delta time multiplier to the number of degrees that we're rotating the trees each step when they're falling. That would be another thing to do. Just want to see a few more arrows fly. Oh, I think they might be harvesting this wolf, actually. Oh my god, we're being attacked by bears now? That's not good. Well, I don't think they'll be shooting any more arrows after they've been mauled by a bear. Yeah, so in most cases that's a redundant check. I just should not be doing it. In this case, I feel like maybe it is actually important to do that. Precisely for the reason that I mentioned before. I mean, maybe it's a little bit more because of tick update. Like, true. If all I was doing was updating this variable, then this would be redundant. But maybe because I'm also doing all this stuff, it's better to only do it when necessary. I don't know. From what I understand, checking doing this comparison is slower than just overriding this variable. But whether it's slower than doing all of this as well, I don't know. So here I just want to do this, right? And then they will be falling at the correct speed regardless of the frame rate. Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of cool that it makes it hardware independent as well. Like the game runs at the same speed on anything. Alright, let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at one of these trees falling over. Pretty cool. Okay, so they will fall at the same rate independent of the frame rate now. Is nice. So yeah, the only other type of... I can still feel these lag spikes. The only other type of movement that we really have in the game that I can think of is the click and drag camera controls. And I don't know if this is something we can apply to that really, because it's not really moving the camera based on speed. It's more updating the camera position based on the mouse position. So that's probably not something that we can apply this delta time compensation to. I'm pretty sure we've done everything. Yeah. Like, it's interesting when you think about, like, how sort of big the game is and how many different systems there are and how little stuff actually moves. It's just the creatures, really, and the camera. There's really not a lot of movement, and the arrows. Okay, well, yeah, press OK was right. It's very quick and easy to apply delta time compensation. Even if I am still a little bit foggy on the math involved. At least we have it now. So, that brings me back to optimization, where I have to find out what's causing these lag spikes and fix it somehow. Where's my YouTube dashboard gone? And did I close it? It's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, YouTube has started recommending my own stream to me. That's funny. It's like, you must like this. Well, yeah, I guess I do, because I'm the one doing it. Oakley dokley then. You know, I think I might have realized what was causing all of the technical issues yesterday. I'm not 100%, but I was doing the laundry. I was running the washing machine. Maybe I have some power surges or something when I'm running those big appliances that is causing some issues. Because maybe I wasn't doing laundry last time when we didn't have all of those issues. I'm trying to work out what the what's the common factor here whenever I have all of these technical difficulties during the drum streams. And I think that could be it, which is problematic because I do my laundry on Sundays. But that's also when I do the drum streams. Might have to move drum streams to Saturdays or something like that. I guess I could do that. Sundays are generally the day where you're least likely to be bothered by anybody. So I'm playing drums. It doesn't matter. Nobody's going to come to the door, and I miss them because I have my headphones on. Okay. So I've basically just got to rack my brain to try and figure out what would be causing these lag spikes, which is very difficult. I mean, off the top of my head, I don't really have anything like that. I mean, probably something like the deer migration, but I mean, well, they're on different ticks, so that's not happening at exactly the same time, is it? Hey, are there some, is there some pathing code in the human object, or possibly in the state condition scripts, actually, that I haven't converted over to using the script yet? I think there probably is. Maybe not in here, but should be using the pathing script everywhere in here, but I think there might be some instances in the state condition scripts where I'm not using that script. Yeah, like this, right? Basically, I should just replace everything like this with the pathing script. Seeing as it's just a single line now, I like to put the comment there to make it more visible. Oh, before it said begin pathing, I see. Yeah, so everywhere that I've got this, I just need to replace it. Oh, I got confused for a second there. Is that all of them? Oh, I thought maybe there would be more than that. Okay. But there might be some in the animal scripts. Nope. Actually, I think the only ones that would have something like this, oh, there is one in the deer, would be the wolves, because they have the pack hunting behavior. I probably want to delete this script and remake it from the ground up when we actually implement the moose code. Because there's probably a bunch of stuff in there that is out of date now. Old state. Right, because the animals didn't have an old state tracker previously. They do now, just so that this script can be used universally for everything. You done that one? These are probably this is probably the one that has the most. Huh, that is weird that it's not doing the regular checks, but fair enough. I guess we're confident that they definitely have a target or whatever. That's fine. I believe it's built into the script, isn't it? The target, the instance exists target check. So we're doing it now. Whoop. Okay, cool. All right, that's that. I mean, you know, that doesn't really do anything. I'm just using the script instead of having extra lines of code. It's handy whenever I need it. Well, I probably never need to change it again now, but if I did need to change it, I just need to change it in one place instead of a million different places. Okay, so yeah. So the most likely culprit for these lag spikes is going to be something like the migration code, where an entire herd of deer start migrating all at like exactly the same time. But it's not exactly the same time because we run them across several ticks. So every 8 deer are on different ticks because we have 8 ticks now. We doubled it up from 4 yesterday. If I could think of a way of doing it, we could possibly have even more ticks than that. I mean, it's like they would just need to be consolidated down, I suppose. You could have more ticks at like regular speed and consolidate them down at 8 times speed, something like that. But they'll be happening, you know, in rapid succession. Even if they're not happening at exactly... Some of them will be happening at exactly the same time, of course, because I forget how big deer herds are. How big are deer herds? Where would I find that out? Perhaps in the herd manager object? This one? Okay, so a herd contains between 7 and 10 deer, so there would only be like a maximum of 2 deer that would be overlapping. So the maximum number of deer that could possibly be running their migration code on the same step is 2. You could of course have multiple deer herds all decide to migrate at exactly the same time, but it would be pretty rare. You know, I'm just trying to think because, you know, we get these lag spikes that just happen occasionally. So something's happening occasionally. Most processing is happening all the time. Something else I realized is that I could possibly incorporate the target relocation script into the states, because I'm doing something pretty stupid right now, which is... Oh my god. I did put it on the tick recently. It used to happen every step. But I'm running the target relocation script, but then I have these additional conditions that say like, hey, don't run this script in these states, right? And there's more states where we can guarantee that their target isn't going to move. You know, if they're targeting a tent or something static, if they're targeting an obelisk or a shrine or a tree, there's quite a lot of things that don't move where we wouldn't even need to be running this script. So if I ran this script inside of the state only when necessary, you know, then we wouldn't have to do these additional checks, of which there could be many more. And we just simply wouldn't be doing all of this stuff. It's not a great deal of stuff, but obviously it's more efficient to not do it than to do it. We wouldn't be doing all of this stuff unnecessarily a lot of the time, which might actually improve performance a little bit. It's definitely worth doing. Yeah, I don't think it'll make a big difference to performance, but it's something I'll do at some point. I don't think it's the cause of the lag spikes, though. Ticks are being correctly saved / loaded. What? I don't even remember how we... Oh, we just save and load tick and tick roll, don't we? So it works exactly the same. It's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Run... Wait, this is more of an optimization. It should be on the optimizations list. Oh, I've done that now. I can cross that off the list. Run target relocation script inside of relevant states. Yeah, that's definitely something we can do. But I don't think that's the cause of the lag spikes. I have no idea what's causing the lag spikes. Oh, see that? Crazy. It's definitely better when I'm not streaming, of course, but Jesus Christ. These lag spikes are crazy. You can see it kind of... Oh, my God. It's really not good. And we can see, like, when all of the deer... Then again, they don't have to spawn waypoints, do they? I would have to imagine it probably has something to do with waypoint spawning. That would be the most likely thing, because we do some ridiculous for loop in which we try to find a viable spawn location. But it's, I mean, it's not that bad. Oh my God. But yeah, these are some big lag spikes. Seems to have smoothed out after a while. Maybe because a bunch of the humans died, I don't know. Still getting lag spikes though. I mean, I'm doing the waypoint spawning fairly efficiently. Not like I'm just picking random room coordinates. I'm picking coordinates within a certain distance of the thing that we want to spawn the waypoint close to, and then re-rolling those coordinates if we happen to have picked a forbidden cell or something like that. Maybe it's not waypoint spawning that's the problem. Let's take a look at the profiler. The humans are still taking the most time, followed by the deer, followed by the trees, actually. Pathing is taking up most of the time. Deer have now taken the top spot. Wow. Even more processing than the humans. They're kind of battling it out. There are a lot more deer than there are humans. And the deer target relocation still taking a lot of time. Mainly because of the pathing stuff. It's always the pathing stuff. Maybe I need to optimize the pathing code. Yeah, pathing is just kind of... the slowest thing right now. Followed by, like, the running the transparency script on all the trees. Okay. You know what would probably be better is if we ran the transparency thing on the humans, and actually the humans turn things that they are stood behind transparent versus the things that they are standing behind having to check to see if there's a human standing behind them. Just because there's so many more. We have 600 trees in the map, all of which are trying to determine whether they should be transparent or not, which means they're checking to see if there's a human stood behind them. But there's only 42 humans. So if the humans were performing that, it would be a hell of a lot less processing to figure out whether the human is stood behind something or not. Or would it? I'm pretty sure it would. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would still be faster to do it that way. Interesting. Okay. So, run transparency code on human objects. Human object. That's certainly an optimization that we can make. And then the pathing is the worst stuff right now. Pathing is the most time-consuming thing that we're doing. If I could figure out a way to optimize pathing without breaking it, that would be good, I suppose. Yeah, we're doing this point distance isometric thing to see if we're already in range. And then we're trying to generate a path, and if we successfully generate a path, then we start the path and exit. Shouldn't have closed the debugger. Maybe I can... No, I gotta run it again. I want to look into this script and see what the most time-consuming element of the script is. Okay, it's the MP grid path. It's basically all just the MP grid path. And there's not really anything we can do about that, is there? Because that's just generating the path. I wonder if I'm breaking out of these loops correctly. I'm guessing exit here would end this function completely, right? Maybe I should be using break instead of exit. I'm not sure. That's right. No, if I use exit in a script function, it will exit the function and return to the code that called the function. That's what I want to do. If I put a breakpoint there and run this and then step forwards. Step into, step over, step out of, yeah, okay, so it just completely exits. I'm pretty sure that's what it does, right? Step over a function call. So yeah, this should just be exiting this function as soon as we find a viable path. So I don't think there's any way that we can really improve this. But like I say, well, it's not gonna do much because well, they shouldn't actually be running any of the pathing stuff if their target hasn't actually moved. So it's not like we're doing a bunch of unnecessary pathing, or at least I don't think we are. Oh my god, what are all these numbers here? I forgot where I'm doing that. In the load code? Yeah, if there was any unnecessary pathing going on, that would really not be a good thing. But I don't think there is. Hey Brent, how's it going? Good, good. Yeah, I'm not doing too bad either. Stayed up a bit late last night, but hey, what can you do? So I've implemented delta time now, delta time compensation, which is pretty cool. But I'm still having some performance issues, and I'm trying to diagnose that today. Yeah, but I mean, we're doing lots of pathing all the time, and you know, that would mean we'd be lagging constantly if that was the issue. We just have these occasional lag spikes. And really can't imagine what it would be. Yeah, Press OK was saying something about like loading textures or something. I know there is something I'll have to do eventually where I need to optimize like how it loads the sprites or something, because they're all broken up into sheets, or I don't know, I forget how it works exactly, but I'm aware that you can optimize it so that you kind of have all of the sprites that you need to hand, and you're not like switching between sheets or something. By like grouping everything, all of the sprites for the same level, all of the sprites that appear in the same level can be together, so they can be looked up more quickly. I have no idea right now. Let's see what we've got. Yes, yeah, because I haven't fucked with this at all. I forget what I'm supposed to do exactly, but I had planned to do it eventually. Oh, yeah, it would make sense, right? I mean, the obvious thing that jumps out right away is that I'm loading all of the tile sheets, even though we only use the level-specific tile sheets. Sometimes it's still plural, but... I mean, the reason I hadn't really gotten into this yet is because most stuff is reused between levels at this point. But eventually there would be like unique sprites for each level, for each biome. And I figured it would become important eventually, but maybe it's already. I don't know. I don't know if this is what's causing it without trying it, really. Yeah. Yeah, well, it seems like something that kind of makes sense to leave until the end. Like, once you have all of your assets in. Tile sets. But I don't know. I don't know enough about how it works to say whether this would be causing lag spikes or not. Tiles sets. What are they called? Texture groups. Texture groups. That's what it's called, right? Yeah, texture groups. Tell me about it. Texture group manager is available tools. How textures work. Before we dive into creating and editing texture group is loaded into the RAM when the game starts, unless it's a dynamic texture group, which is loaded later. While in RAM memory, the texture group stays compressed as it was on disk. When an image from a texture group is drawn, or one of the prefetch functions is run, all texture pages of the texture group are loaded into VRAM. For most texture group formats, the texture is first decompressed before being loaded into VRAM. If you're using a custom texture group format, however, the texture is decompressed in real time on the GPU. Custom texture group format, okay. You can flush a texture group to remove it from VRAM. That doesn't remove it from RAM. Adding a texture group, editing a texture group versus texture page. Texture compression, group settings. There's nothing there that's really giving me a clue as to whether this would be the cause of the lag spikes. Seems unlikely to me, but I don't know. No, I suppose not. Because things are constantly being drawn, but it's not lagging constantly. It's lagging occasionally. Usually the first lag spike will happen like a few seconds into play, and then they happen kind of periodically throughout. So I guess stuff has already been drawn without causing a lag spike, so it would make sense that it's not drawing stuff that is doing it. And I don't think the profiler is much use here because, you know, I mean, it's telling me that like the pathing code is, the pathfinding is one of the most time consuming things I'm doing, but I'm doing a lot of that all the time, basically. And yet the lags, you know, they occur occasionally. But I can't think of something. Most processing is happening like either on a tick or every step. Whereas this is something that happens, you know, every 10 to 15 seconds, right? No, it fluctuates a lot. The spikes seem to get shorter after a while. But that might just be because there are less objects after some time. Like if some of the humans die or something. But it does kind of seem to smooth out after a bit. But not completely, they're still noticeable. That's quite a good idea. Process of elimination. And see if we don't get lag spikes by removing a certain type of object. That's a pretty good idea. Yeah, like how does it play when there are no humans in the map, or no deer in the map, no trees in the map? Okay. Oh, I suppose I can. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this without causing other problems. I mean, it wouldn't really be too bad to just do instance destroy on them. but there's usually a lot of cleanup that has to happen. If I actually used the cleanup event for all of the cleanup that has to happen, it would work better. But then again, a lot of that cleanup has to happen even if the instance isn't destroyed. That's true. I guess I can just like put the human death code in here. I do wonder about that. I'm not. I mean, no. I don't think so. All of that kind of thing gets created at the beginning, pretty much, up front. I'm not really doing that during the game. Yeah. Yeah, I never really create anything like that on the fly that I can think of. Yeah. I went through that process recently of making sure I was destroying all of my lists and stuff. Because I just wasn't doing that for the longest time. If I do this and then hit delete, it should just basically delete all of the humans off the map. And we can see if we still get lag spikes. Oh. What the hell? It deletes them one at a time. Why does it delete them? What? I thought it would delete all of them. Why does it delete them one by one? That's weird. This should run this on all of the humans, right? That's really strange. Should I try starting a new game instead of loading a save? Well, it doesn't make any difference. What the hell? That's never happened before. Yeah, I thought something like that, but I couldn't see anything when I looked through. But maybe? Yeah, maybe there's something. Yeah, it still deletes them one by one. Wow, that is very strange. I mean, what? Smitten false. Yeah, but I've set smitten to true. So we should be doing this. Instance destroy self. Oh, is it the exit? Oh, there's an exit in there. And because I put it in a while, it's exiting the... No, I put it in a with. It's exiting the with. Funny. Alright, enjoy. Thanks for the help. That's funny. Yeah, just, I guess, so that I don't run the rest of the event when the human has died. Unnecessarily. But in a different context, it has a different effect. So do I still get lag spikes without the humans on the map? Yes. I do notice some lags. It's feels smoother than it was, but there is still the occasional little lag spike. Much better than it was. Oh, okay, that was pretty choppy. Oh my god, okay, yeah, there's still some pretty bad lags. Even without the humans in the map. Interesting. You know, I could load one of the maps that doesn't have any animals in it at all. And then delete the humans as well. See if we have any lags then. God damn, I got like 500 FPS. I never see numbers that high. This map also doesn't have trees. So... I didn't spawn the constructs this time either. We could go to a map that doesn't have trees but has animals and humans in it. But yeah, I'm not getting any lag spikes here, so we've narrowed it down already to the humans and the trees and the bushes and stuff. Okay. Humans, animals, trees, bushes. I mean, those were always the hot contenders, but yeah, there's no lag spikes in this map right now without any of those things. Let's go to a map that has no trees in it, but has the other things. That would be like marshland. Pretty Marshland or Arctic tundra. Either of those, I think, works. Yeah. Let's go for marshland, and I'll go on easy mode. So we have the maximum number of humans. But there'll be no trees. But there'll still be animals as well. So if there's lag spikes, if there's no lag spikes here, then we'd be able to guarantee that it's the trees and or the bushes. I do think that making a change to how I do the transparency stuff makes a lot of sense. Oh, I swear I felt lags almost immediately. Yeah, it feels a bit choppy already. So this is a map with no trees, just animals and humans, and it feels a little bit choppy. Let's see if we get any big lag spikes, or if I speed up the time scale as well. It's a little bit choppy, but no big lag spike yet. I should be running in test mode as well, really, if I truly want to like stress test it, I guess. Hey Yuri, welcome back. Let's try it. Yeah, there's no trees, so they can't build any tents or anything, but still, it's to be a little bit more of a stress test than just having the default humans. Just having some performance issues. Oh. Is it frozen? I think we got stuck on the loading screen. That's not good. More logs. I don't know how that would help with this, really. Okay, so those humans will at least have... Oh, yeah. Definitely feels a little bit laggier than it did. Oh, that's a big lag spike. Oh my god. Oh, that's really bad. Oh my god. Yes, so it's not the trees. It's it's the humans. It's the humans. What are they doing though that is causing so much lag? Oh, that's very consistent, like... It's happening at regular intervals. Now it seems to have stopped again. What do you... Oh, they're just cold, aren't they? I thought we had, like, an entire tribe of fishers for a second. Okay, we're all dead. Well, you can use the profiler for some things to know what's taking the most time, which helps identify things that can be optimized. But we've narrowed it down to the humans. The humans are definitely the main cause of the lag spikes. I don't know. I don't know yet. See, even whilst the humans are dead, I have these lag spikes. Actually, so the humans don't even need to be alive, but I guess when the humans exist, that also means that the animals do more processing, because they're kind of aware of the humans. There don't seem to be any memory leaks. I did check that recently. If there are any memory leaks, it's like between games. Very small. I noticed a very small memory usage increase if you like quit back to the main menu and start a new game, which implies there's something that's not getting cleaned up between games. Overflowing the buffer. I don't know what that means. Is the buffer the amount of time that we have to do processing? Seems to have smoothed out a bit now. There's definitely a little bit of lag still, but better than it was. Kind of crazy that, well, my frame rate is still as low as it is, even without all of the trees. Oh, there are still bushes in this map, right. Right. I wonder if there's something in the debugger that does that. Or if I have to do it myself like that. No, I don't think the debugger has anything like that. Yeah, so I have to do that if I want to find memory leaks. Yeah, that's what I was just doing. Okay, so well, we've narrowed it down to the humans and the animals, which was pretty obvious that those are the worst things. Yeah, I've been using the profiler. But it would still be necessary to set up those variables to count everything, I think, to look for memory leaks. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. That's how I've optimized a lot of stuff already. Well, maybe that could be causing an issue. I think I should probably check that instance actually exists before I do this. There can be some cases where the second object doesn't actually exist. Current tree. Right, so if there are no trees, then we would immediately start doing this. What kind of effect would that have? Well, it wouldn't find this. It wouldn't run any of this. No, I don't think that really is an issue, is it? No, I don't think that's an issue. I don't think that should be a problem. Yeah, I just did that. Yeah, yeah. I just tried that. That's how I figured it. That's how I narrowed it down to the humans and the animals. By removing other stuff. Temporary structures. What, like temporary variables? According to the profile of the pathfinding is the most time consuming thing, but I don't think that's really avoidable. But they're doing that, they're pathfinding continuously. It doesn't explain why we get these spikes like every second or something. Okay. I do use some temporary variables. Okay, that's a test that I can do. Let's put something in here. And then let's run a map that has no creatures in it. with default humans. This is just to confirm that they're not running the target relocation script when they don't have to. Avoid creating structures inside step draw alarm. Okay. Oh, I am creating some in the step. Okay, so I could use local variables instead of temporary variables. See this? Oh fuck! I need to disable that. Okay, so we're not getting any debug messages. So yeah, that's fine. Okay, that kind of confirms that they're not unnecessarily doing this pathing stuff. Well, that's quite a big one, I suppose. Would be converting these temporary variables into local variables then. Debug memory? What is that? Debug memory? I don't see that. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm going to have to do to look for memory leaks for sure. But according to the debugger, I'm not really having any memory leaks. Okay, Gamemaker automatically cleans up arrays, which is nice. Apparently. This action is used to declare and give an initial value to a temporary variable, also called a local variable. What? Oh, I don't know what this is. Hmm. Oh, yeah, the debugger already has a graph of memory usage. True. It could be something to do with... Could even be something to do with the controller. We still had the lags when we had the animals, but no humans, right? Oh, then again, you can do a lot of this stuff to the animals as well. But no, that's happens on click. It's not every step. What is this? Why am I even doing that? I don't know. Oh, the log respawn code. You know, it would make more sense to just respawn a log every time a log is destroyed instead of constantly checking the number of logs, right? We've learned that instance number is not... Oh, well, I don't need to use instance number anymore because now I actually have a global instance count log variable to track that. And the same with the mushrooms. That's nice, I guess. Global instance count mushroom. There we go. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, there is no limit to the number of attempts. Without caching, so it could read the same one twice. Yeah, I did think about how having all of the cells stored in an array. We do that sometimes. We do that sometimes in the spawn system. We keep them all cached in an array. Would be better. Yeah, this is... Also, there's a while within a while, which seems kind of odd. Why not just make this an if? Yeah, collisions are not good. Collisions are slow. This is the only place where I still use them. Everything else uses distance checks. I was just too lazy to convert this. But thankfully we know that it's not the cause of our lag, because that seems to be related to the humans and the animals. But I will fix this one day. Today is not the day. We gotta fix these lags. I think I'm checking for collisions with different things. That's why I have to do multiple collision checks. But using distance checks is faster, so I should be doing that instead. Let me just put the global tick timer on screen for a second. Pretty sure it's fine, but let's see. Yeah, okay, it's going to 60. And then now it's going to 30. Now it's going to 15. Now it's going to 8, I think. Okay, so that's working fine. It just seems weird that it's like a lag spike every second. So I wondered if maybe they weren't getting distributed across the ticks properly. Or if the timer wasn't running correctly, I don't know. Although that wouldn't really cause it. That would just prevent them from doing most stuff. Man, I mean, I could put this stuff on a tick as well, but it would take so much longer for them to, like, scan through everything. We could try it just to see, like, what kind of effect it has. But they would be really slow. It would just prevent so much stuff from happening at the same time. Hmm. It may be necessary. I don't know. It's something I've really tried to avoid doing for a long time. Yeah, what's that going to be like? Probably quite good, actually. I mean, good for performance, maybe not good for functionality. Jeez, yeah, my frame rate is like 200 now. Do we still get lag spikes? So I felt a little bit of lag. We're not getting those huge lag spikes anymore, so I think we found it. I mean, it was pretty obvious. That's what it would be. I mean, it was a likely culprit. A likely candidate. It's a lot smoother than it was. It's still not perfect. I'm not getting any of those. Oh, am I though? Oh god. No, I'm still getting pretty bad lag spikes there. Yeah, it's still pretty choppy, even doing that. Okay. Man. Oh, okay, that was a really bad one. So that is not the fix. That is not it. Wow, okay. Well, I mean, it's good to know that we're okay doing this, you know, and that we're not causing any issues by doing this. Ah, but what is causing the issue? I don't know. Yes, yes. I have a map with no animals, no trees, and then I deleted the humans. That was very smooth. No, the weather was still there. So we know the weather's not causing it. It's the animals and the humans. Yeah, that was still there. Everything else was still there. But the crazy thing is the humans don't even need to be alive to cause the lag spikes. They just need to exist. I mean, I think it's worse if they are alive, but that kind of implies that it's the animals, you know? It's both. It's both. Stop them from traveling. Moving around. So there's the combat interrupt stuff, which is actually really pretty bad on the humans, because we do the distance check so many times over, which is really bad. I do that for like every different type of human instead of just doing it once. But it didn't seem too bad in the profiler, but obviously it can be improved. The only reason I haven't changed it yet is because of this. Oh, which makes it a little bit complicated to do. So this is the thing that like interrupts them and puts them back to idle if they are gonna go into combat or whatever, right? And then when they're in the idle state, that's where we end their pathing and everything, reset their path position to 0. So when they return to the idle state, we end the path, reset path position to 0, destroy the waypoint if it exists, clear their target, all of that sort of stuff. I mean, Yeah, according to the profiler, the pathing stuff is the slowest stuff. But it's like, we need them to do that. We need them to use pathfinding, so there's nothing I can really do about that. Shut down? What's shut down? Oh, just disable pathfinding completely? Or you mean disable the interrupts? Just disable pathfinding? Okay, how would I do that? The easiest way is to just like comment everything out in the pathing script, right? If I just comment this out, then we won't do any pathing. Oh. I think they were... Maybe... I don't know what happened there, actually. Wait. There's still some pathing happening. How are they pathing? Wait a minute, what? I'm obviously not using that everywhere. Pathing. Yeah, they all use this pathing script. I don't know how they're still... I don't know how they're still pathing. What is this? What am I even looking at right now? Everything beyond this point is in this global tick. No, there's no pathing stuff inside. Well, there is a bit, but it all runs on the pathing script still, so I would have thought by disabling this they wouldn't be able to do any pathing anymore. Very strange that they were still moving. Yeah, are they still moving? Okay, a lot of them are not moving, but some of them are still moving. These guys are trying to travel to the stream somehow. How are they doing that? See, none of these guys are moving. Just the worshippers. But the wolves and the animals are still moving. This is very weird. Wait. I just want to see if I can fully disable the pathing for everything. I mean, I guess if I also disable the actual, like, pathfinding script. Although I don't know where it's being called. How are we doing that? Target relocation? That shouldn't be it. Maybe that is it. Oh. Maybe target relocation. Okay. Let's try disabling this and disabling this one. Maybe that's it. That guy was still moving. Okay, there we go. Nobody's moving now. That's what I thought. Oh. That was just a fox leaving the den, I think. Do we have any lags? A little bit. Not perfectly smooth. But will we get any big lag spikes, I wonder? Not yet. I swear, since we did the delta time thing, I find it harder to look at the game when it's scrolling. Like, it hurts my eyes. Okay, it seems less laggy. We need to test for a bit longer. Oh, everybody died now. Oh, and the game speeds up like loads when everybody dies. So, but yeah, we didn't get any big lag spikes. We don't get any big lag spikes anymore. Oh yeah, there's some pathing stuff in the loading code. That's why that one worshipper is able to path after I load the save. Okay, so we've pretty much confirmed that it's related to pathfinding now, because we don't get any big lag spikes when we disable pathing. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's not perfectly smooth. It's still quite bad. But we don't get the really big lag spikes anymore. You can see it speed up when everybody dies. Like now it goes really smooth. Oh man. Yeah, but it's like we obviously need to do pathfinding. So I don't know what we can really do about this. This one. This MP grid path is the slowest thing in the profiler. Really bad. Maybe I have to build my own pathfinding that's more efficient than Gamemaker's pathfinding. I don't want to do that. Don't even know if I could guarantee that I could do that. So we delete any existing path. We loop through the array that contains all of the free cells adjacent to the target. We check whether the target has a mask or not to decide how we should handle it. If we're already in range, we set path position to 1 and exit, else we try and calculate a path. If we successfully find a path, I don't know, we do something with the array here, like we increment through the array. I don't know. I'm not really sure what that is. Then we start the path. And this is there just in case they generate a path with a length of 0. The fact that they can do that means that this doesn't even work, so I should probably just remove it, actually. And then we don't have to do this point distance isometric, which is quite slow. I probably should remove that in both of these. And then we exit. Once we found a viable path, we exit. Problem is, if I don't do this at all, then they have nothing to prevent them from pathing when they're already in range. And that's bad for like the hunters and the shaman and the worshippers and stuff that has ranged abilities. Because if they're already in range, they'll try to move to max range instead of just performing their action right away. So I guess we do kind of need to keep that. But this is the slow part, MP grid path. That's the slow bit. Yeah, we're not calling it every step. We only call it like when they're leaving the idle state. Size MP grid create. Size. The size of the MP grid. The size of the MP grid is like 16,000 by 16,000 or something. It's the size of the room. No, it's not the size of the room. It's pretty big though. Where do we create the grid? I think we create the grid here somewhere. Here it is. Room width divided by cell width. Room height divided by cell height. Minimize the size of the grid. I can't really change the size of the grid now. It's true there are some ocean tiles around the edge of the map that don't need to be on the grid, but it would be quite complicated to figure out how big the grid needs to be because the levels are procedurally generated. So it would change every time. Definitely Gamemaker was not really intended to do this. But yeah, we run the pathing stuff only when necessary. Only when first pathing to an object, or if the position of the target changes. Because, you know, we're in the idle state like this, and then on the tick, we run the state conditions to determine if we should be doing something, and then we run the pathing script where we say if we have a target and our state has changed, then we start pathing, and then we have left the idle state and switched into whichever state we want to do, like drink from stream. And then we just continue pathing to the stream until we reach path position 1, and then we get some water, and then we return to idle again. So we're not doing the pathing stuff every step. We're doing the target relocation. I know I can change this, but it won't make much difference. We're running target relocation. Oh no, it's not every step anymore because I put it on the tick, but we're running it every tick. But it's not doing any pathing unless the target has actually moved. That's, you know, we're just checking every tick if the target has moved. If we have a target, has it moved? If it has, then we end the current path and we start a new path. The only thing that I can really improve with this is by running this inside of the states. Only running this in the states that need it. Because many of the states we can guarantee that the target will never move, or that you don't even have a target, so there's no point in running it at all. So that is a small improvement that can be made, but I don't think it's going to have a very big effect on performance. But even when we disable pathing, it's still quite slow. So it's not just one thing, it's a combination of everything. It's all bad. Oh, fuck. Alright, Yuri, take it easy. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks, dude. Bye for now. Yeah. Maybe Brewer can help me with this as well. He said he might be around today to give me a hand. Oh man, I've created a monster. I just probably flew a little bit close to the sun with this one. I don't know if I can actually fix it. That's very scary. It's quite scary to think. I mean, I'm doing okay. I'm not freaking out or anything, but it does potentially mean that the project will fail after like 3 years of development if I'm not able to optimize it to where it's playable. That's very very difficult. Yeah, so it's not when one of these big lag spikes happens, it's not one particular thing. It's like it's just when several things line up at once, like a lot of scans are being performed at the same time, that a lot of paths are being calculated at the same time, that a lot of trees are trying to determine whether they should be transparent or not. And it's just, just a lot of stuff happens at the same time, and we get a lag spike. So basically, I need to optimize everything. There isn't one thing that I can optimize. Oh, it's really not good. It's not good. And I've done a lot of optimization already. I've really tried to do things efficiently, and it's not enough. Yeah, man, it's tough when your best is not good enough and you just fail anyway. Kind of the story of my life. Oh, fuck. Uh... Is there a way that I can avoid using instance find? Because that would be really good. Instance find is one of the slowest things that we're doing right now. Second to like the pathfinding, which is really, really bad. Instance number, what is that? With this function, you can find out how many. Oh, yeah, that's the fucking number of instances. Place. I don't think there is there? Oh my god. point distance isometric? I'm doing point distance isometric. Thought I was using distance to object isometric. Obviously not. Huh. Really? Well, that is the more lightweight of the two scripts, and yet it's still quite slow. Not as bad as pathfinding. Not as bad as instance find, I don't think. But yeah, instance find is unavoidable. I mean, point distance isometric is unavoidable. There are places where I'm doing it too many times, or am I? Actually, I don't think I am. No, that's true, because this is all just a bunch of else ifs, and we don't even do this if we're not the right thing, so true, it's not actually that bad. It's kind of fine the way it is right now. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I'm gonna have to like bring Brewer in on this for sure. Oh man. Yeah. This is the second time that the project has really been in like serious jeopardy. The first time was that pathfinding bug, which took like 6 months to figure out, and I was, genuinely beginning to think like the project could fail if I can't fix this bug. And now it's optimization. If I can't optimize this program, if I can't optimize it, the project could fail. That is really not good. Oh my god. I mean, definitely we can improve things by changing how the transparency stuff works. I mean, let's just straight up disable the transparency stuff, and I can't imagine it's going to make that big of a difference, but I think we might have done this yesterday as well, didn't we? Let's just disable the transparency script, and we'll see if we still get the lags. I think we'll notice a small performance increase, but we'll probably still get the lags. Oh god, yeah, still really bad lags. Really bad. There's a big lag spike. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, I am running the game at 8 times speed to like push it to the absolute limit. So it may be one of those things where I have to remove the time controls from the game, and you can only run the game at 1 time speed. If I can't optimize it to where you can do 8 times speed, then yeah, we're gonna have to remove the time controls from the game. We already had to remove 16 times speed because running the game that fast was just really bad. And now we might just have to completely remove all of the time controls. Ooh, boy. Okay, well, I'm going to take a leak and grab another drink. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, fuck. All right, right. Yeah, it's hard to know what to do at this stage. I think I'm gonna reach out to Brewer. That seems like the thing to do. Do I save and load old state? No. No, I do not. Old stasis death, harvested drowning. But apparently this still worked okay like this. Oh, well, it's not going to be a match if I'm not saving old state, then it will just be idle. And they can't have a target in idle, so it should be fine, I believe. Should be okay. Alright, I think I need a snack. What if I disable lighting? What kind of difference does that make to performance? Anything? Nope, not really.
But also very big. I believe a single frame at 60 FPS is going to be your base frame rate frame time, and calculate the difference, which is global, and put them in a persistent object, so you don't have to do this for every single object in your game. You can just do it. We simply have to multiply updating half as many times per second, or a quarter of as many times per second. But with delta time, we can fix this by simply changing myIndex plus 1 to myIndex plus delta multiplier. And that's it. That's all there is to it to perfectly use 2 so that it always runs at double speed. It is to be adapted to delta time. So like I said, this one's going to be a little bit different. While we could use our delta multiplier to simply offset our countdown speed, I'm going to change our increment here to actual delta instead. This way our timer is keeping track of actual time in milliseconds, and again, this will remain accurate whatever frame rate we are running at.
is this check not somewhat redundant because we're only like we're looping through all of the trees, so it would only be necessary to increment this by 1. We don't actually need to check this, I don't think. We just need to add 1 each time, and then we'll reset it once this is true. Oh, I think I thought of something. Oh shit. Nope, I think it's okay. Cool, that's lucky. I have a feeling this is something only the females need to do. We don't really need 2 separate distance variables here. Or do we? Maybe we do actually. I'm not sure. It's whatever. I can't figure it out right now. We're talking like a negligible difference here. Would be no reason to do that, really. Well, the problem is that I get lags on 1 time speed as well, so it's not like I can just remove the time scales. It's like, yeah, there are a few minor things that I can optimize, but it's nothing that's going to gain a significant amount of performance, significant performance boost. So I feel like I just kind of have to rein it in. I have to try to reduce there's little tweaks I can do. I can try to minimize the amount of pathfinding that's actually happening. Shorten the length of those paths by spawning waypoints closer. But ultimately, just reducing the number of instances is kind of the way to go. Reducing the number of humans. I keep going back and forth on this because I don't want to have to do this, really. The game is balanced quite nicely as it is. But it's sort of like I don't really have any choice. Reduce the number of humans that you start with. You can reduce the number of animals in the map. Just have to make sure that I provide other means of acquiring resources so that you don't need to rely upon hunting as much, which I'm already doing. I've given the player miracle fur so they can conjure fur without needing to hunt anything. That's the main thing. So technically we can get away with reducing the amount of animals in the map. The deer are by far the worst because there's just so many of them. I think you could probably go down to 6 herds of deer without it seeming too sparse. Maybe reduce the number of rabbit warrens. I think that reduces the number of rabbits. Pretty damn sure if I just reduce the number of warrens, that will reduce the number of rabbits in the map as well. We're already down to like the minimum number of wolves and foxes that we can have. I mean, we could go less than that. It's just that then we would never see any of the like territorial behavior. You don't have more than 1 pack of wolves in a map. You'll never see 2 packs of wolves interacting with one another, and we put a lot of time into coding all that stuff, so we kind of want to show it off, right? So yeah, reducing the number of humans, reducing the number of animals. Pretty much all I can do right now. Yes, there are still some minor optimizations to be made, but I don't think it's going to be enough to make a big difference, so... Seven foragers, that seems a bit overkill. Definitely plays quite a lot better like this. This is on easy mode, so it's the maximum number of starting humans. We have 2 less herds of deer. We have less rabbits as well. Could probably reduce the number of bears in the map just to 2. You know, it's certainly odd. It's odd to have so few. But I guess I could do that. Yeah, this is a big problem. I think just increasing the speed on these guys would help. Takes them a really long time to catch up. And whenever their target moves, that means they're doing more pathing calculations. So just by helping them move faster or preventing the herd from moving as far away, we can improve things there. Perhaps they could be like, well, I don't know, the human children run everywhere, so they are faster than the adults, at least at walking speed. Maybe we could do something similar with the fawns. Still get some pretty nasty lag spikes at 8 times speed though. Yeah, I may just have to remove the time controls from the game. It's fairly smooth at regular speed. Not perfect still, but maybe if I do this and try to work on whatever little optimizations I can still do, maybe we'll be okay. It helps once they get the store built, you know. They don't have to path to the stream every single time they get thirsty, and they're really close to the store. That's a much shorter path, much easier to calculate. Yeah, just stuff like that helps. I can do things like reduce herd migration distance, for example. Increase fawn speed. If I do that, there'll be less pathfinding. Yeah, so it's just like, there's just kind of this ceiling. I'm just limited by like the performance of what it can handle, really. And I have to design within those constraints. That's all I can really do, I think. And just stop adding stuff to the game. I mean, I can still add stuff to the game, just nothing that's going to be taxing on performance. Which is okay, because that's mostly the sort of stuff that I still have to add to the game. New miracles, etc. You know, those don't have any impact on performance. Might be able to optimize the number of particles a little bit, or the lifespan of the particles. That can probably be tweaked still. I mean, maybe there's a better way to do it entirely. Like, I spawn the particles anywhere within the room right now, the rain and snow particles. It does create the best effect rather than spawning them all at the top of the screen and having them fall, which doesn't look as good. I don't know, but maybe I can optimize the number of particles a little bit. I did already do that once, but I can't be sure that. Can't be sure that I got it perfect the first time. They're all freezing. Is nobody going to get this fire going? That's concerning. Why are we not lighting the fire right now? Surely someone is going to light the fire. That is supposed to be their top priority. This guy doing it. He's actually felling a tree. Why is nobody lighting the fire? This is concerning. Everyone's really cold. No one is lighting the fire. There's no firewood in the store. They just keep felling. They keep fucking felling. Somebody's supposed to be assigned to get some firewood. I think I've broken something, potentially. Felling. Why are they all felling when the fire is out? One of them should be... Oh, this is fucked. Probably messed something up with the campfire when I was doing all the fire updates recently. Let's see if they're even on the available carpenters list. Should have made a save. I mean, I did change that stuff recently as well. Possibly I broke that and then no longer being added to the available carpenters list. definitely being added to the available carpenters list, so that's good. At least they are right now. It might change, like, when they got the store built or something. But they should always prioritize lighting the fire, basically, above everything else. Okay. I'll just do that so they get the store built. Filling. Surely somebody should be getting firewood. The fire looks like it's burning down. It's as if as soon as they have the store built, that's when it seems to go wrong. Almost as if they can't be added back to the available carpenters list when the store is built. Yeah, they just immediately started felling now, even though the campfire is burning down. Very, very odd. Campfire's completely out right now and nobody's gathering firewood. They're all felling instead. Yeah, I would speculate that that's what it is. I think they cannot be added back to the available carpenters list when the store has been built. Oh, well that doesn't... Wait a minute, temperature greater than 36 or less than or equal to 36. What? Oh, if it's greater than 36, or right. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Huh. I mean, this is really simple. Maybe the first carpenter never got unassigned again. You think that could be it? Oh, damn it. Did I delete that stuff? Oh, here we go. Responding carpenter campfire. If they never got unassigned, then they're kind of like blocking it. Although, shouldn't they just be the one to... No, none of them are assigned. This is weird. Oh wait, now this guy is assigned. Okay, why did he decide to go now? That could have just been because I loaded, actually. That would have cleared it. So if I start a new game... Oh, they definitely got unassigned. Okay, so that's that. I mean, there's nothing to do with the store in here at all. Right? Feed the fire if carrying firewood. That's literally their highest priority thing, followed by withdrawing firewood. Supplying for regular gathering firewood. Wait, why does that bracket close there? That bracket's in the wrong place. That could be having some kind of an effect. No? Is that intentional? Store firewood. Nearest available carpet to campfire equals ID. None, or not really sure why that bracket would be there. Doesn't seem right. No, it is right, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's weird, but it is correct, I believe. This just says exactly the same thing now, doesn't it? These are exactly the same. That's funny. Okay. I refactored this at some point, and now there's actually like a bunch of redundant stuff in here that needs removing, I guess. That's funny. These are exactly the same as well. Well, I found an optimization we can make. First, I've got to get it working. That's exactly the same as that. This one's exactly the same as this one. It's funny. Oh, that shouldn't be an issue. There's nothing to do with felling in here at all. Right? Nothing to do with felling here at all. Why is it working now? Why is it working? I didn't change anything. Let me start a new game. Is it that they were just too cold? Possible. Yeah, the problem with that is that they can't be classed as available if they get too cold. But they need the campfire to heat up. They're definitely not too cold right now, but it's working. It's working now. Maybe they were just too cold before. I'm not entirely sure. That is a very good point, though. But then again, I suppose the player can help. But they should have some sense of self-preservation to try and light the campfire if they're cold, right? Oh, wait. No, the problem started once they got the store built, didn't it? That's what we need to check. I'll just use Miracle Fur then. Is this one the store? I think this one's the store. Yeah, they were supplying it with fur, so it is. See, somebody should probably be gathering firewood right about now. Yeah, the campfire is completely out. Okay, now this guy's gathering firewood. Okay, what was happening before then? Was it just that they were too cold? Probably. Because they can't be classed as available if they're too cold. Interesting. Interesting. But it's like... We sort of want them to ignore cold. They should ignore heat if they have nowhere to cool down, like if there are no available tents. And they should ignore cold, perhaps similarly, if there's no available tents and the campfire has no fuel or is low on fuel. They should ignore being cold. But we would also have to update the interrupt script to reflect that as well, otherwise we would create an infinite loop. Right now, so if they're above 36, or if they're less than or equal to 36 degrees and campfire does not exist and there are no tents available, or the campfire exists but has no fuel whatsoever. Interesting. No fuel and there are no tents. Okay, looks like we're already kind of doing this. But rather than zero fuel, maybe we should just do the regular low fuel check. Let's have a look at the interrupt. Temp less than or equal to 36. But I suppose it depends where we're running it as well. Like, we're running that script in the firewood state, so they would actually be interrupted by cold whilst doing this. Yeah, it doesn't line up. We kind of just want to disable it completely. Yeah. It's like, just sort of, I want to do like the simplest way of doing it, simplest method. If you think about it, it's like, if you're cold, you want to light the campfire. That just makes sense. So this should not be able to be interrupted by cold. And then there's heat, which works in the same way, just if you get too hot, you're going to stop what you're doing. Maybe that's okay? I think you get too hot and you have a place you can go and cool down. I think it's okay to interrupt. You're not going to be concerned about the campfire. I suppose there are rare scenarios in which, like, other people could be cold but you're hot because you got too close to a fire or something, and that is why you're overheating. That is possible. It would be pretty rare. And then the other people who are freezing, they kind of want you to light the fire, but you're too hot, so you're cooling down. So I think I would just disable these both for gathering firewood. And then head back to the available carpenter's code and just basically just ignore temperature. We're just ignoring everything. I've just gradually removed everything from this. Yeah. So we won't interrupt you from doing that if you get too hot or cold. But the thing is, there's other things you can be doing, isn't there? You could be withdrawing firewood, withdrawing fur. Okay, so disable it for those as well. But the thing is, this is carpenter specific. Oh. And that's... No, but that's okay. That's... What the fuck? That's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, withdrawing firewood is a carpenter specific state. So is withdrawing fur. So we're okay so far. So far, so good. Withdrawing lumber. Yeah, notice how these ones are not interrupted by hunger or nighttime or anything. That's correct. So we've got all the withdrawing states. Helps me to look at this. Be gathering firewood, withdrawing firewood, withdrawing lumber, supplying. Okay, withdrawing lumber, we don't actually... Nope. That's not true. We do need to do that. Withdrawing lumber, we do need to... we should not interrupt. Supplying lumber, supplying... Supplying lumber's a bit vague. It's not really something where you're allocated. Interesting. So I guess we can interrupt supplying lumber, but supplying fur and feeding the fire, those should not be interrupted. Supplying lumber, supplying fur, feeding the fire. Those three. State supply lumber. That shouldn't... Wait. No, that one can be interrupted. That's the one that can be interrupted. Oh, wait, no, this is in here, though. Okay, let's not interrupt this. It keeps it simple as well. They're all the same. Supply, hold on. Okay. Okay, weird that it can be interrupted by hunger then. That should not be interrupted by hunger, actually. Or sleep or thirst. Should be the same as the others. Okay, withdraw lumber, withdraw fur, withdraw firewood, supply lumber, supply fur. Is this generic? I feel like this is shared by the hunters as well. It is. It is now so this one is shared. So in this case we kind of want I don't know what we want. What do we want? It's okay. It's okay. We can just do it like that. It's fine. It's fine. Sure, I think it's fine. Supply fur and then feed fire. Feed fire should not be interruptible by those. Okay, and then we go back here. And then we disable all of the temperature checks. So you just ignore temperature. So, you know, if the carpenters are all really cold, they're still going to put wood on the fire. They're still going to do all that other stuff. And it makes sense because what are they trying to do? They're trying to light the fire or they're trying to build a shelter. Two things that will help you get warm. So we kind of don't want to stop them from doing that because they're too cold. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? It makes them a little bit... Yeah, they don't require the player's help as much. The player doesn't need to intervene. All right. So I guess that's what was going on, and I'm not entirely sure how that happened. Like the stream was really far away, and it was raining. And maybe it just took them longer to build the store because I didn't supply it with fur. So they got really cold, and then they wouldn't put wood on the fire anymore. They kept felling. Ah, of course they would, because felling is not something where they need to be classed as available. Right, available carpenters it's for use with tasks that are assigned to a single carpenter, whereas felling is not. Felling is something they can all do simultaneously. Okay. Well, that's good. That is good. Oh, I think I have some debug stuff still enabled that I need to disable now. Seems good. Pretty sure that's everything. Oh man, yeah, it's pretty crazy on normal difficulty now. Don't have a lot of humans to work with. Oh, we have a stream just up there, that's good. Super cool. Yeah. Super cool. I can prevent these tents from spawning right on the edge of the sphere of influence now as well. Because we just don't have as many tents anymore, so we don't need to worry about that. It's only really a demo mode thing, but still nice. Scripts. Spawn constructs. $25. Beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot more challenging. It's a lot more challenging. I kind of liked it where it was before. You had plenty of humans. You didn't have to really think about what gifts to grant them, you know. You always had enough humans to do like anything you wanted. Easy mode is like that now, but normal difficulty you have sort of just enough humans to where you're kind of like, okay, you got to really sort of balance it. Oh boy, all of the streams are miles away, and there's an aggressive bear over there. Oh, this is not good. Oh well. No big deal, I'm just testing. Yep. Everyone's getting eaten alive. Luckily I'm cheating so I can just resurrect them. Yeah, this bear is going to be a problem, isn't it? Hopefully we can scare it away and it will just you know, go find another place to live. Oh my god, why is it? Okay. I thought it was coming right for us. Yeah, it's quite a lot more challenging. I mean, I could convert a forager into an extra hunter. You know, if you have like around 5 hunters, they stick together, they can generally fend for themselves quite well. We're right on the coast, so fishers are actually really good for us. What I could do in this scenario is have no hunters and just use worshippers and fishers. Use worshippers to get all the fur that I need, and fishers to get all the food we need. That would be the safest play. What happened? Don't know what happened there. Anyway, seems pretty good now. I want to actually just check the arrows on the hunters. This is really bad. When the stream is this far away, that's really bad. We definitely need more than 2 water bearers. Yeah. I don't know, because I feel like this is probably a little bit too hard for normal difficulty. Yeah, it's a problem. I mean, there's other ways to balance it besides increasing the number of humans. I could reduce the number of the amount of damage the bears do or something. The wolves don't do too much damage. They hit for like 5, but if there is a full pack of 9 of them or something, it can be pretty devastating. I believe this is a full pack of 9 actually, because there's 3 guards outside. Anyway, I'm not really playing properly, so I don't think I need to worry about it. Mainly I want to see the hunters. I want to make sure the arrows are still flying at the correct speed, since I did the delta multiplication. Yeah, just feels a little bit... I mean... Feels a little bit too hard for normal difficulty, I would say. Ah, what? Well, that's the second time it's done that. See that? It's like I'm trying to bubble him and it cancels again. What the hell is going on? I guess I'm like not resetting the timer. It must be based on a timer, right? And if I don't reset the timer, then the bubble immediately ends again. Ah. I've obviously never tried to bubble the same person twice. Yeah, it makes sense though. Makes sense. Right, I better fix that. I don't even know what it's called. I guess I have something called like bubble timer or something like that. Or DP timer maybe. Divine protection. Divine protection. Here we go. DP timer. I'm just not resetting DP timer to 0 or whatever I'm supposed to. What am I supposed to do? Reset it to 0. Okay. That's a nice little bug fix. Miracle Divine Protection ending instantly when performed on the same human twice or more than once? More than once. Fixed. Boom. Alright. Yeah, I'll be honest, like, it feels kind of weird to me now that we do the delta multiplication. Like, I don't know. Oh, man, I want to start test mode. We don't actually have a sound when you, like, select something. We have a sound if you, like, change selection. We don't have a sound for selecting. Or do we? I guess I would have implemented it if we did. Yeah. Yeah, like, it kind of hurts my eyes to scroll the camera now that we're doing the delta multiplication. Weird. Why do some of the zoom levels look so jank? Something to do with the scaling. I'm kind of tempted to remove those ones and figure out what they are. And just jump between the ones that look nice. To me, the arrows look like they move faster than they used to. I guess it's not a big deal, but it's just not what I'm used to. Yeah, it still looks pretty good. Yeah. I swear scrolling the camera never used to hurt my eyes this much, though. I don't know what it is about delta time compensation that makes it look so different. Yeah, I kind of want to reduce the number of bears in the map as well now. It's weird to only have 2 of them, but... They are very small maps at the end of the day. How did this fox die, I wonder? It would have had to have been fighting another fox, I think. Hmm. Yeah, it's definitely time that I like. I mean, obviously for many other reasons, but the feeling that I'm getting now is like, okay, it's time to finish this project, so I can kind of move on to bigger things. I'm sort of like seeing the limitations here, and it's like, you know, it's... I can't really expand much beyond this. I've pretty much like maxed out what Gamemaker is capable of. And I would need to like build the next game in a different engine, you know, so that I could be more ambitious or whatever. This feels very small. It feels very limited in scope. Don't get me wrong, it's pretty cool, but I feel like boxed in now. I feel like I'm kind of getting to that stage where I'm like outgrowing it or something. I'm like outgrowing this, so it's really time, you know, for my own personal development as well, that I wrap things up and ship this game and move on to whatever's next for me, you know, so I can keep growing and evolving. I'm starting to feel boxed in by it. Starting to feel a bit trapped. But hey, it's version 0.5.4.5. We're over halfway there. We are indeed wrapping it up. Basically, I just want to try and get it as good as I can, and then start pitching to publishers, I suppose. I think, as much as I'm dreading having to draw more sprites, the most important thing I could really do next is finish drawing the human sprites. I don't know, I'm a little bit on the fence about the bears still. We could have 4 bears in the map. Or we could go down to 2. This one's just been standing here forever. I'm a little bit concerned about that. I have no idea what it's doing. It is just kind of stuck there. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Don't know what that was all about. Wow, there's a bear roving through camp. Crazy. Yeah, I had to kind of make it like this, where the animals aren't just scared of the humans always, you know. We had it before where it's like the prey animals would be scared of the predators and scared of the humans, and like everything was scared of everything basically, and it just the more creatures I added to the map, the more chaotic it got, and everything was constantly running away from everything else, and it was just absolute madness. And so I realized, like, the maps aren't really big enough to contain this. They don't have enough room to sort of spread out to where they're not constantly getting spooked by something. So I just made it so they're kind of chill. They don't really view the humans as a threat unless they're actually actively hunting them. Same with the wolves and stuff, really. So they'll freely just wander into camp. They'll wander right up to the humans. You know. Don't ask me how they know when they're being hunted versus when they're not, but that's kind of how it works right now. Yeah, the maps just seem so small to me now. Like, it seems so... I mean, it is very small. But now it seems really small. The longer I've spent with this, now it just seems... The maps seem tiny. It is what it is, you know? It's like, this is the game. I'm just kind of like channeling it. A lot of how the game is dictated by the engine that it's made in. As I'm learning, I have to work within those creative constraints. We can't have many more objects or instances than this because we start running into performance issues, despite my best efforts to optimize everything as much as I can. We can't make the maps bigger than this because this is the maximum room size that Gamemaker supports. I mean, we could make them bigger by making everything smaller, if you know what I mean. But then, like, everything would be really small. So it's, yeah, it just kind of is what it is. Well, don't leave them. Come on. Yeah, so they aren't really aware of when their buddy has the shield. And it would be difficult to really change that. Like, I mean, if I just increase their threat level when I give them the shield, when I perform divine protection on them, then everything will just run away from them, basically. What are these guys doing? They might be hunting? I'm not entirely sure why they keep coming back. But my hunters are able to deal with them now. Yeah, because if I like increase the threat level of the human when I cast divine protection on them, then their buddies would probably stick around to fight, because they're like, oh, in a way they would know that they have divine protection, but all of the wolves would just run away as well. So the fight would end anyway. It wouldn't really work as intended. The other thing I can do is just give divine protection to all of them, and then they will all fight instead of fleeing. Because the individual themselves does know if they have divine protection, and will behave differently as a result. Wow. Well, we pretty much eradicated that pack of wolves. Oh. Alright, gonna have to grab something to drink. I'll just let it run. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, I was muted. I've got 200 FPS. Oh, only when I'm zoomed in. Okay. Turns out that also preventing you from zooming out as far might be another way I can increase performance. I don't know, it's nice to be able to zoom out though. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how something so simple can be so kind of demanding. I didn't really expect that. Yeah, I never expected that I would be able to make something that would, like, you know, have performance issues. It would be so taxing on the computer that it would have performance issues. I just didn't think that would be possible. I might be able to tweak the procgen code slightly and get like a little bit more land and a little bit less ocean. It's been a while. Oh my god, the tent's set on fire. Sorry. That would be pretty nice, I guess. We're wasting a fair amount of space right now by having this large band of ocean around the edge of the map. But also, I think the reason that that I wound up settling for this is because it created the most interesting coastlines. It's like there's got to be quite a long gradient from low to high to get cool shapes to the coastline. I don't know. It's something maybe I could tweak. Yeah, the conservation meter is gradually going down. Could have prevented a lot of that if I used miracle fur instead of hunting for the fur. Could plant some trees to bring it back up again. If I plant some forests, then we can increase it. Here we go. Replenished. But now we have a bunch of trees in camp. I can move them. I found it really funny when Mr. D-Boy started building a ring of trees around his camp. Never seen anybody do that before. You can just never predict what the players are going to do. This is going to cause all kinds of pathing issues, because now they've got to try and path around these trees as well. I've kind of boxed them in a bit. Yeah, so planting trees is a good way to offset your carbon emissions, I suppose. Eventually we'll have like some sort of miracle herd, something like that. You can like summon more animals. That'll be another way. But yeah, a lot of it really just needs to be kind of preventative. using Miracle Fur instead of hunting. Fishing and foraging are completely sustainable. So you could do that instead of hunting. Yeah, that's another option. I just figured a small tribe of this size could never actually, like, fish the ocean dry, you know? They're never going to be able to catch so many fish that they have an effect on the population, on the marine life. So I don't think I'm even going to implement anything like that. Or maybe I will. I mean, I guess if you do a lot of fishing, it should... You could convert the entire tribe into fishers and try and fish the ocean dry. I suppose it should have some kind of an impact. Yeah, so maybe it... I suppose foraging is the least impactful, that one. I mean, because the berries just regrow on the plants. So that one's completely sustainable, but yeah, maybe fishing shouldn't be quite as bad as hunting, but should also have some impact on the conservation level. Yeah, that's true actually. There's nothing to make them face their target when shooting, so they'll just be facing the direction they were last pathing in. That's something I could do, I suppose. A little detail. And we know the angle at which they're shooting their arrow, so it's not difficult to just update their direction based on that. Make hunters face their target when shooting. That's certainly something I can do. Maybe I should slightly reduce the chance of trees spawning outside of the forest areas. I do like a few trees on the grass, but it's going a bit extreme this time. Right, so how does this work again? One. So this is if it's on grass. I could change that to actually say grass. It would be helpful, wouldn't it? What the fuck is going on, dude? My S key is broken now. My mouse and my keyboard are broken now. Getting pretty desperate. Alright, so it's a 1 in 5 chance right now. Should we just roll a d6? Oh no, it is a d6. Should we roll a d8? Should we do a 1 in 8 chance? you get a 0 on an I random 7. There we go, that's a slightly lower chance to spawn trees on the grass. Seems like I have something similar with the bushes. Just make it the same. We can just make the forests seem a little bit more dense. I thought about reducing the number of trees as another way of trying to increase performance. You know, reduce the number but make them spread out a bit more evenly. Oh no. I'm gonna need to start a new game. We gotta run the procedural generation again. We have to procedurally generate a new map. Yeah, it's kind of weird that how it felt like this massive project or whatever, and it was like very overwhelming and intimidating and stuff. And now it feels really small. It's like, oh, it's just this little, you know, play thing that I could easily discard. It's nothing major. Very strange. We still get a fair few trees on the grass, but it should be less. It should be slightly less. Same with the bushes, actually. The bushes should be considerably... There should be considerably less bushes on the grass compared to what it was. Oh, it looks fine to me. I would say that spreading the trees a little bit more evenly might be beneficial, actually. Some of these clumps look a bit unnatural. And we'll just increase that by 1 cell. Currently there needs to be 4 cells between trees. Let's make it 5 cells between trees. We'll do the same with the bushes. Alright, yeah, I'm still using collision ellipses for these. And it's been that way for a long time. Well, there was so much... Hey, Brew, how's it going? Oh, no worries, dude. No worries. It took a long time to convert everything from using collisions to using distance checks, and I was so sick of it by the end that those never got converted. Yeah, I think I should be able to do that. Not eaten much today, so if I do have to just, you know, drop off because I suddenly get extremely hungry, then I will have to do that, but I think I should be good. Let's just take a look at this. So yeah, the trees should be yeah, they do look a bit more evenly spread out, don't they? Wow, we're getting some dense clusters of bushes there. Yeah, so, I mean, oh my god, the lag spikes. They're still happening. Horrendous. Alright, let me just take a seat. I've got to lock in.
There we go. Going pretty good, for the most part. Is there any way? Wait, is that? Hold on, let me see. Is that music from my side? Yeah, it's music from my side. I'll just turn that off for now. All right, yeah, going pretty good. A little tired. Went to the city yesterday and did some shopping, which always takes a lot out of me because of my neurological crap. But doing all right. And I am hearing myself through your speakers. Okay. Yeah, all good. Hmm. Oh, thanks, Grog. I meant to click that button. Thank you. There we go. On trying to get streamers to set everything up so we can talk to each other and have everything set. Yeah, it's always fun. Oh,
Should be all
yeah,
good now, I think.
There we go. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, I don't hear myself. The echo. Yeah, the echo screws my head up.
Same.
So yeah, well, finally someone else is like me. All right, so just you were having the. All right, what did you need help with? I'll just let you describe it so I don't make assumptions.
Yeah, so I was telling you about, not using instance number and instead tracking that and all that good stuff. It didn't have as much of an impact as I had hoped. I thought that was going to be like a really nice optimization. It's obviously better than it was, but it's not made a huge difference. I've been getting these lag spikes. It generally runs a bit slow, but then you get these big spikes occasionally. Someone was telling me about a delta time compensation yesterday, which I had not done. So I'm doing that now on like the camera movement speed and the path speed of all of my creatures and the arrows as they fly and stuff like that. I haven't applied it to my timers yet, but I suppose I will have to eventually. And I've also been recommended to stop using alarms and convert everything to variable-based timers. Yeah, I've been using the profiler a lot, Grog, to track down potential optimizations. So yeah, I'm getting these lag spikes, and we were trying to figure out like what is causing these lag spikes. It doesn't seem to be any one thing. It's basically just everything. And the main culprits right now are pathfinding. Pathfinding is really slow. doing these scans, even though I've done what I call smart incrementation, where I only scan a single instance per step instead of doing them all at once and such, those are still really slow. And then also I realized I have kind of a backwards way of doing transparency that I think could be improved, where like all 600 trees are constantly checking to see if there's a human stood behind them to see if they should turn transparent or not, whereas perhaps if that was done on the 40 or so humans instead, there would be a lot less processing. So I gotta flip that around at some point. But I think basically, as far as I can tell, the lag spikes are just when a lot of pathing happens to, go off at the same time or around the same time, along with all of these scans being done and those transparency checks. It isn't like one thing that I've been able to track it down to. It's just when a lot of stuff happens to happen at once.
Okay. Let's focus on the pathing for now, since you think that's the primary culprit. The kind of go through. Yeah. Well, Grog, are those checks happening every frame? That's a good question. Are we done before we dive into?
The pathing is done like basically when it goes through the state machine and decides like what task they should be performing. Then the pathing is performed like once they've selected a target, and then pathing is only recalculated if that target moves.
Okay. So how are you calculating the path?
I'm using Gamemaker's built-in whatever, I forget the name of the function now. Let's find it.
And is it like a direct path? Because I remember when you were talking to me about it before, it would go through like squares or something like that. It was checking each square.
Yeah, I'm not sure how necessary it is anymore, if Gamemaker's pathfinding has improved at all, but when I started out, it was very inconsistent, and it would often fail to find paths, so I just threw as many potential cells on the grid at it as possible to keep trying to path to. I think generally it probably succeeds first try now. I haven't got anything set up to easily check that, but it could be done, of course. But it's the MP grid path function that seems to be taking up the most time in the profiler, and of course I need to do that. So
go ahead.
Yeah, I need to.
I'm not familiar with that function. So MP grid path, because let's see. Oh, I could have actually used this in my game.
Yeah, that's why when I realized that Gamemaker has built-in pathfinding, that's why I just went for it, to save some time.
The question is how it's doing it.
Right.
Because there's, ironically enough, in my the talent interface that I'm doing for my game, I need to find the shortest path. And from what I'm looking at, the Gamemaker documentation is basically doing the same thing here, except, okay, I see how they do that. There's something called Dijkstra's algorithm. I won't get into the full history of it, but it is to find the shortest path between 2 points based on a set of vertices between other points. So each of these boxes would be a individual point, and the vertices is the lines that would connect between them. And the way that looks like that might be part of the problem. The reason why, it's probably because of the size of the room.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it looks like behind the hood, but if they're doing something similar to Dijkstra's algorithm, it does how do I describe this? It's basically checking every single possibility all at once. It's not going back through and like checking previous squares that it's already touched, but it is trying to do it using what they call a depth first algorithm. Sorry, not depth first. Is it depth first? No, it's a there's a depth first, and then I can't remember the name of it. Anyways, so basically what it's doing, I can't tell which one it's doing, but it may be trying to go through every adjacent node and then checking then going through each one of those individual adjacent nodes, and then checking the adjacent nodes to that one, and then it just keeps doing that kind of like in an ever increasing circle.
Yeah.
And then once it finds the location that is trying to find the shortest path to, it will then using recursion basically go back through and determine that, okay, this is the shortest node, or it's either going from the start node and literally just checking every single path. Except it was the former one I just described, because it's typically lower processing time, so I would assume that's the one they're doing. However, if you have a very large grid, is in every single time a check is being done, it's going through, looping through that, and the cyclomatic complexity, which is kind of something I may have described to you before, is massive.
Right.
And the cyclomatic complexity is what determines the overall processing, how fast the information is being processed. So the system you have set up and looking for that shortest path needs to change, for lack of a better way to describe it.
That's
So there's something. So basically, what you can do is, what I would recommend is you set up points where you have a how do I describe this? So instead of checking every individual box, like you'll have a spot in the center of the town or the village, and then you may have like spots on the north, south, east, and west directions. And all right, you got that's going, but the north, south, east, and west directions. So then you only have those points that you're checking instead of everything on the inside. But the problem with doing that is that everything will either like move to the center of your town and then go to like one of those huts that you have, just as an example. So it will increase time and pathing, or increase like the movement time of the characters in the game. But it will decrease the total time it takes to process the movement, or figuring out those pathing. So basically, you need to determine a middle ground, if you will, on how you want that to be handled, and to kind of maybe create like a center point of a block, and they move to that block, and when they enter that block, then you have another like a secondary grid that's inside that grid block, that then they can find the shortest path through that grid block. That would decrease the overall processing significantly. So just as a sake of argument, you split your total how do I say this? Split your total map into like a 10 by 10 grid. So you have an equal distance for 10 blocks going down from the top left-hand side of the map, and the same thing 10, going to the right-hand side of the map. So you have like, let's say all the rows are designated by A, B, C, D, and then you have the top. Then you have your columns, which are 1, 2, 3, 4, just for the sake of argument. So you are trying to find something inside of, okay, let me see. Let's say you have something in A1, a grid, it blocks A1, but you need them to go to B3 or something like that. So instead of finding the shortest path between like one point versus another point, you find the shortest path between A1 to B3, and you take them to an edge of that box.
Of
A1, and then you take them to the edge of B3, following whatever path through the other major grids that would connect them. Then once it gets to B3, you can then find the shortest path between the edge of B3 into like the quote unquote inner grid of B3.
Right.
And so that's something I'm doing something very similar to my game, because I'm very aware of how processor heavy the finding the shortest path can be, just because of my experience. So, but I personally think that is something that you're going to have to do in order to decrease the processing, because if you have so many objects that are constantly utilizing that, it is extremely processor heavy.
Okay.
And I mean, I can give you some pointers on how to do that. However, it's incorporating it into your game is going to be a very massive overhaul.
Yeah.
And at the same time, it's not a guarantee to fix your problem.
Right.
So, but I do believe it would be a major part of the problem you are having with the slowing down is because of finding the shortest path, and it's just there's so many possibilities, permutations is what they call it, of it
Right.
in there, and it's looking through every single one every time for every object.
Something
So
that I tried earlier today was to totally disable pathfinding, and obviously it was running a lot smoother, but it was still noticeably like slower than if say all of the object trackers were also disabled, or the transparency stuff. So it's not like the sole issue, but it certainly would help considerably, I imagine.
Yeah, well, I would say do the easier thing first and see if that helps. I would still recommend doing the pathing change.
Yep.
And how you could do that. I have not really looked at the grid and how to mess with that, although I am curious, so I will be diving deeper into that here a little bit. But the transparency, man, how could you do that? Because like you said, you have it. The tree is checking every single time. You might do something similar to it, where instead of checking every frame, it checks every 4 frames, every 5 frames, because the human eye is not going to sit there and detect the lack of transparency for 5 frames.
Yeah, I'm already doing that. They're on a tick.
Okay. So if you're already doing that, that's good. But yeah, inverting it so that the character is looking for a tree, and then you take the ID of that tree and change the transparency of it, type of thing, that would probably be a good idea.
Yeah. It's not just the trees, it's also the bushes and the constructs, so it's still quite a bit of stuff, but I have to imagine it's better than doing it on all of the things that need to be able to turn transparent.
And what you could do is basically create a parent object that just basically assign all of the objects that should be given a transparency if one of the characters moves behind it. Just make all those objects a child of that transparent class, or that transparent object. And so you only have to check for that transparent object instead of each individual bush and tree.
Right.
And then you can apply the transparency to it. Yeah. I would recommend that. So,
the only complication there, and it might still be possible, is that a lot of these objects already have different parents, it seems. But
can you have multiple parents?
I think so.
I'm not sure.
I'm fairly sure that because it's like all of the 3 different types of tents are parented by a tent object, and it seems everything else is actually, so it's only the 2. Everything else is parented by a line of sight object, which is used so that arrows can. No, it's not. It's used so that they will reposition themselves if they don't have line of sight on their target when shooting arrows.
Remember reading that they can't. Oh, hold on. I think this was the video that I originally. I don't want to hear you. See, I'm looking this up real quick. Okay, that's what that is. Can you have multiple? You can have multiple childs, obviously, but can you have multiple parents?
It seems there would be nothing stopping me from granting a parent object to an object that's already a parent. Whether it works. I've run into some issues where I've had to in code reference every child object individually because using a parent didn't work in some cases.
Well, there's also the invent inherited function that you have to do for some of them in order to make sure that the functions of the parent are actually passed to the child. Because if my memory is correct, which it often is not, that if you have a step function from a parent, but you need to add functionality to the child, if you don't have that event inherited function in the child step function, it won't execute the parent step function. I could be wrong on that.
But this was more looking at the parent from outside of that, like, of any of those parents or children. I'm trying to think of an example. Let me see if I can find one.
Kind of like a conflict. It doesn't know which code to run because it has two parents.
Which
I don't think you can do. Oh. Something else though. You can make. Okay. Show me the hierarchy of one of your tents. Just so I can see how its parent structure is.
It doesn't inherit anything. The parent object is literally an empty object only used for like whenever I need to group all of my tents together for a check or something.
Okay, well, in that parent, that blank parent, add the inheritance functionality. And then in all of the childs, you will have to put a event inherited that function at the top of the step or whatever. It would be the step event for that object in order to make sure everything is run properly. So that way, actually, no. There's another way you can do it. Using what you have now already, you can just add basically a check on the characters, and if let me think of the best way to say this. No, there's two things you'd have to do actually. No, hold on. I'm thinking through code in my head here. Apologize. Because there's two problems. One, if you have the character going behind the tree and it's on the character, how does the tree know to change the transparency back if the character is no longer there and you're no longer colliding? It doesn't have a really real way to know when the character walks away unless you track that on the character itself, and then that's can do it that way. But
I'm realizing the character can be behind multiple objects in rare scenarios as well.
Yeah, that means that if that's the case, then if you use like place meeting or the collision ellipse, it will return an array, and you have to loop through that array every single time, or check if the length of the array is greater than 0, or something like that. That's something that I do in one or two parts of my game.
I don't use collisions anywhere. I converted everything to distance checks because it's much faster than using collisions. I avoid them like the plague.
Oh, okay. Okay, so let me shift my frame because I assumed you were still using collisions.
I'll pull up the transparency script whilst we're talking about this. I stripped a lot of this out recently because I realized it was redundant, so it did get a bit faster, but this is like the thing here where I'm checking, basically, are you behind the sprite? Like, by sort of finding and comparing the edges.
Yeah, the collision. Oh, okay. I see what you're doing. I'm just trying to think about how to check that.
Yeah, whether this is faster in the end doing these 4 separate checks versus like a collision rectangle, I assume it is still faster, but
Well, the collision rectangle is a black box to me. I haven't looked at the code to see how it would be done. Let me see here. Okay, let me see. Sprite X offset. X offset. Yeah, this is doing this for individual processes, but then again, we don't know what the black box is for the collision. This isn't very processor heavy in general.
No, I figured it wasn't.
So just thinking on the logic circuit of the processor, which I won't get into, this is actually not that big of a deal.
Right. It's just that we do it so many times. I think that's the thing.
Exactly. And GML isn't multi-threaded. So that's also part of the problem. Which is fine. You shouldn't need multi-threaded for like a 2D game like this.
You wouldn't have thought
nice
so.
To have sometimes.
Yeah.
You wouldn't thought so. Yeah, but then again, what you're doing is when you have all these individual characters moving across the screen, it might be part of the problem. Is because it is all being done on one thread. However, optimization is the key to this. And I'm just trying to think through some ideas here for the point distance between two things, because the problem I'm having is how do you check the XY value of every character on the screen and the XY value of every other object on the screen that needs to have a transparency applied to it.
Well, we're only checking the nearest. The first thing I do is find the nearest human. Okay,
that's still the. Hold on, I'm trying to think through this. Best way I can describe it, because I mean you're still finding the nearest one.
Yeah.
But the problem is that you're having to track. How are you saving the characters and or how do you put it? Let's put it this way: how in memory? What is the file structure that you are using to track the individual characters on the screen, like an array, a map, and the same thing for the objects that need the transparency? Like, is it an array? Is it a map? Is it a struct? How are you doing it?
I don't think I'm doing anything like that. They're just instances that run this function.
Oh, okay. Okay. So so basically it's an array. That the GML will put it into an array.
Okay.
Okay. And then it's looping through every single one of them. And so are you just finding the nearest and it's doing that for every single object? So it starts with the nearest and then expands out?
Every tree is looking for the nearest human to itself.
And it's only doing it for one. It's not doing it for all the humans. It's only doing it for the nearest one.
once it's found the nearest one, then it checks, if their sprites are overlapping at all, essentially.
Okay, and then it exits out. Okay, so that's the difference I was thinking of. Okay, that makes sense. So that's fine. That should be fine. Once it finds the nearest one and it's not within the distance you have set up there, it just should be fine. But it's doing it. That should not be causing that much problem. But the profiler was showing that this is being executed a ridiculous number of times, right?
Yeah, it's up there. The pathing is the worst offender, and then
Worst. Okay.
I think, unfortunately, I can't think of any way I could possibly avoid doing it, but it's the instance finds that I have to do for these trackers. Because I'm doing one instance per step, and I increment through them based on my new instance count variables. But then I always have to do instance find to pull the current instance that we want to be looking at out of the collection of instances.
I do have a solution for you.
Oh, really?
This is you need a map with IDs.
Okay.
And the difference here is instead of looping through everything like you are now, trying to find that specific instance, whenever you create an instance, you need to add, I'm just going to say you need to do this as a suggestion. I'm not telling you to do it, just kind of a caveat there. If you decide to use this, I'll say it that way. Whenever you create an instance of anything, you need to assign it a unique ID. There are multiple ways you can determine these IDs or whatever.
I'm doing that.
And then you need a place. Okay, so you already have that.
Only things that are targetable, but it could easily be expanded, I suppose. Most things are targetable.
Yeah, I would expand it to everything has some kind of unique ID, whether it's however you create it, if it's dynamic, if it's something static that you have placed into the world that needs to have this kind of interaction, you need to have some kind of ID on it. And I would make a slight difference between a static versus dynamic type IDs just to make your life a little easier.
I don't know what the difference is there between those.
Static is something that is placed into the world. It is there upon creation of the world. It's like it's an object or an instance you have placed into the world. Dynamic is using like the instance create layer, something that you have added into the world at runtime.
Okay.
So I would have created a distinction between that. I can go more in depth on that later on. I'm going to try to be very broad here, but I can dive deeper into it. So by having this ID and then you place it into a map, a map is essentially a way for the program or the compiler to directly reference a specific spot in memory based upon a string that you give to it. So, and with these maps is that you can just add as many to any objects or references to this map, and as much as you want.
Mm-hmm.
And the point about it is that instead of having to loop through every single one of those instances until you find the one you're looking for, you just pass in the ID into the map, and it will virtually instantaneously pull the exact one you're looking for.
Oh, wow.
So you're not having to look through it. Yeah, it's exceedingly faster.
So what is instance find doing? Because I'm providing it the number of instance, like say there's 10 humans. I'm providing it like number 10 if that's the one that I want. So presumably it is going directly to it, but according to the profiler, this is still one of the slower things that I'm doing.
Okay. Let's see. It's instance find. Let me actually take a look at the documentation for it.
Yeah.
Because because of my background, I don't like using a lot of the built-in functions if I can.
Right.
Because if I have better control over it, I can make things faster and so on and so forth. But All instances have a unique identifier which can be used to modify and manipulate the game and running. Blah, 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 blah. There's an instance in the position instance and all the instances as well as the parent object. N is the max. Okay, but how is it being stored? Because the reason why I'm thinking that the mapping would be better because it virtually goes to the same location. I believe all the instances that are in a room are added to an array behind the scenes. And you can still access that array, which would be through this kind of function. Grog, are you around? Because he may actually know this off the top of his head. Hopefully he's still around. This may be a Pope question too. But if it is an array, like if just for the sake of the argument here, if we are assuming that GML puts every instance into an array, and then because it's easier for it to loop through and do everything, all the processing it needs to do per instance that's there by using an array. It's easier for the processing on the back end for it. If this instance find is also looping through that array, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Because that creates what they call, for complexity, there's like big O, big alpha. I mean, I could dive into that. I could do 4-hour presentation on that alone. But big O has to deal with the amount of processing that is done per, let's just say cycle, per frame. For the sake of GML, we'll use the word frame. And if you have like multiple for loops in there, it creates this crap. Man, I cannot describe this in 2 or 3 sentences. It's so in depth. Let's just say that the bigger the big O number is, the worse off everything is. And the more loops you have, the bigger that big O number is. And the for loops or while loops or whatever that Gamemaker is using to iterate through the instance array, assuming that's what it's using here, and it's doing it for every single object. It's that the big O is fucking massive.
Yeah.
However, if you use the map, it doesn't. It's a completely different way the computer and the compiler put everything into memory and able to access into memory, because it has to deal with I keep wanting to go into like the full like terminology and everything else, and I'm preventing myself. I'm not used to helping people who aren't trained the similar to way I am, so I apologize for that. I'm trying to break everything down in a different way, which is a little bit different, so bear with me just a little bit here.
Yeah, no
Okay, I'm going to use metaphors. You're in the grocery store, and you need to find you need to find a specific loaf of bread, but there's no signs, so you have to go down every single aisle to try to find where the bread aisle is.
Right.
That's an array. That's basically what I believe the instance find is doing. However, if you go into the grocery store to find a loaf of bread, you see the signs that are showing where all the different aisles are. But imagine this way instead, you have signs pointing down directly to all the different items in the store, and you can just look up at a glance, see all those signs, and you instantly know where the bread is.
Yeah.
That's the difference between a map and an array.
Right.
So
and if it wasn't using arrays, it wouldn't look so bad in the profiler.
Correct.
Presumably.
Because it would be able to basically, it'll go to the map, it will see the ID, and the way that, okay, it still stores it as an array. But, sorry, the map is still an array.
Okay.
However, it breaks it down into multiple arrays, and it knows which array to go to find the information. And because of the way that the map is programmed into it, that's very involved in how all that works, because it's using a specific type of searching algorithm to get into that DS map array. But it's significantly faster. It has to deal with a logarithmic time versus exponential time when trying to process this, if you understand what I'm trying to say there. When I say logarithmic versus exponential.
No.
Well, logarithmic is okay. Well, if you were to graph out a logarithmic calculation, it's, when I say graph, like the XY coordinates, like you remember in school when you had to find the chords and all that kind of stuff.
Uh-huh.
But basically, it has significantly less time needed to process with logarithmic versus exponential, which means with every time you add a new cycle to it, it gets twice as large. With exponential. With logarithmic, it doesn't get twice as large. It only increases by, let's say 1.1 times instead of versus 2 times.
Okay.
That's probably the best way I can describe it. So with every time you add a cycle to it with logarithmic, it's 1 times 1, then 1 times 1, then 1 times 1, or itself times 1 times 1 is the best way I can describe it, versus itself times itself. So the map will create that logarithmic time, which will dramatically decrease the total processing time of everything. So I probably gave you a very convoluted, and I apologize if I'm not able to describe it very well here, but the map is faster. I'll just say it that way.
Yeah.
The way that it is done, it is still faster. It is still using an array behind the hood, but it is still faster in the way it finds the information.
Right.
So,
and so if we've got
basically,
these...
I guess.
Oh, sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
Oh, go ahead and answer. Go ahead and ask your question, because I've been throwing information at you, and it's probably confusing. So ask your questions.
Well, my question now is, so we have these IDs in a map, right? And say I want to loop through all of the humans to check the distances, 1 per step, to ultimately spit out the nearest human at the end of that process. Here I go through from instance the instance 0 to instance 1 and so on and so forth. I can't just kind of do +1 each time anymore, or do I? Do I go by the index in the map? So I do still use just like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on, or...
Well, if you're okay, just for the sake of argument, if you're wanting to loop through the map and check everything inside the map, there is a function that will actually take all the quote-unquote keys, which are the how you pass in the information to pull out what you're trying to get. There's a function that will gather all those keys for you. However, that is more processing time behind the hood, though it is an exceedingly fast function.
Well, I don't want to loop through the entire map in a single step. I am looking at 1 index per step, right? That's what the reason I did this is so that I'm not looping through all the instances of humans every step. I'm doing 1 human per step to loop through 60 humans in a second or something like that, and then get the result at the end.
Okay, I misunderstood your question. Okay, I misunderstood what you're trying to say, and I still not 100% sure what you're asking.
It's like it's like so I want to look at 1 index or 1 position in this map per step, right? Do I just tell it go index 0, index 1 in the same way that I'm doing instance find, instance 0, instance 1 and so on?
I see your question. Let me think of the best way to do this.
Because how can I know the ID, right? Because I don't know which order. Do I know which order? Okay, if I do know which order I've added them to the map, but then it's like I have to have these IDs. How on earth would I be like, okay, now I need the ID of the first one and then the second one, and how am I telling it to look at the right thing? Even if it's faster to look at it, how do I tell it to look in the right place?
Okay. Bring up my stream if you haven't already, and let me show you basically how you do that. I gotta find it real quick though. I'm doing it in a couple of spots. This is the talent interface. Okay. So.
Oh.
Okay, so all right. Let me know when you got me up.
Yeah, somehow I just navigated to your chat instead of the stream. I've got ads right now. I'll be there in a second.
Oh, ads from me? Ah, shit. Nope. You shouldn't have ads from me.
Pre-roll, I guess.
Okay, that makes me mad because you shouldn't have pre-rolls. Because I specifically have it
Here we
set
go.
up so you don't have pre-rolls.
Yeah.
Okay, it's
Because
okay. I know what to it. It's because you live in a different part of the world.
Ah, okay.
I just want to. Anyways, I'm not going to say that. I don't want to get banned. Okay, so if you're looking here at my screen, you got this talent shortest path. This is the Dijkstra's algorithm, the algorithm I'm using to find the shortest path. But
Okay.
that's not what we're talking about here. So this nodes here is a map of all the nodes I have for the connections for my pathing algorithm. So it is a map.
Mm-hmm.
So all you would have to do is create this DS key to array and pass in the node or pass in the map that you create, and you get these list of keys. Now give me a sec and I can actually show this in the thing. This is kind of what it looks like here. So this will be the best way I describe this. So here's the node. So this is the map. You see how it has 0 to 49, 50 to 59. These are individual arrays that GML creates behind the hood that holds all the different stuff.
Right.
So what you have here is the keys on the left-hand side, and then the values, and the values of the structs that are all the data that contains.
Right.
Stuff for my node, but the struct on the right-hand side would be like your character or your trees or your objects we've been talking about. So it then passes in, or it gives you blah, blah, blah. Let me actually show you the node keys. It actually shows you it'll give you all of the, basically the same shit. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Node keys, here we go. So then you have the array of all the different IDs. So then you would have to go into, basically use this function here or this loop here to basically take the key, pass it into the map, which will then pull out that specific object you're trying to work with, and then do whatever you need to with it. So this does look extremely convoluted, and I understand that. But you would only do this if you need to loop through them all at one time.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So it would be the same because the keys are numbered 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on. So I'd just be doing
Correct.
0, one step, 1 the next step, etc.
Correct. So, and it would also need to, how do I say this? Basically, anytime a object is created or destroyed, you would have to basically redo this right here, and basically just keep recreating the this variable, this array that has all those keys in it.
Okay.
And so that way you're not recreating it every step, because it completely defeats the purpose if you recreate every step. So if you were to put that into a global variable or some other variable or stuff like that, just something to keep in mind in the future when you're doing this and you're trying to figure out how to decrease the number of times you have to do this. Just whenever something is created or destroyed, just recreate the whole thing. Or you can actually just append or delete the that spot in the array. So that's actually faster, but that's a bit more involved. Um, but I can help you with that later on if you get to that point.
Okay.
So, like as a caveat, anything I'm describing here, you try to implement, I'm happy to sit down with you and work and help you figure out how to do it properly.
Thank you.
Because you absolutely need to optimize this as much as possible. So I'll just leave that as a caveat out there. If I'm confusing you now, I will come back when you need it, and I'll make sure you got what you need for this. So I'll just, as a side note.
Awesome.
But the God, it's just kind of give you a heads up. This is 200 to 300 level in college level stuff, like your second or third year if level stuff in college for programming. So this is not an easy concept. So please, if it's hard to understand, there's a reason for that. So I'm saying this so you don't feel like I don't know, I can think of a term for it, bad, that you're not able to understand this as much as you think you should or something like that. So don't disparage yourself is what I'm trying to say. Anywho, sorry. Let's go back to the topic at hand. But okay, what's your next question for it?
No,
If I answered your question appropriately.
I don't think I have any more questions. I think I understand. I'm obviously going to fumble my way through it as I familiarize myself, but I think I understand essentially how it works.
See if I could find a good video on maps that's recent. Not a world map, not mini map. Maps. Gamemaker. Let's see if this is one of the guys. I don't like that video. So I can let me look here. This is 10 years ago. 9. God, everything is too long. I need to go through and make some updated videos, I think, on how all this stuff works.
Yeah.
Because it's getting to a point now where I keep looking through it and everything is from 4, 5, 6 years ago.
Right.
I think I just need to do this. I think you just spurred me into. Oh, here's a forum. Linked lists. Do a quick listen on this one. Yeah, do you know what a linked list is? Let me just ask you that.
No.
Shit. Yeah, I'm just gonna start doing I have to do this now. I have to do this. A GML Gamemaker centered series of videos of programming paradigms because shit, that's a lot of work. All right, I'm doing it. I got to do it. I've been thinking about doing it. You just kind of cued me into it. All right, so I'm not going to explain a linked list right now.
Well, that's something good to come out of this.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start making videos.
So maybe if I go through how I imagine this works, and you can tell me if I've got it right.
Let me see if I can. Well, let me show you first a few things on the maps because I've only been throwing words at you with nothing to actually visually see. And if you're anything like me, I'm a visual and audio learner. And without some kind of example or some kind of idea, it can be very difficult. So let me actually just open up I have to create my schedule, I kind of create like a little thing like this is for the fun of it. but it allows me to do something here. Let's just create a script. Doing this on the fly, so I apologize. This is kind of may look a little janky. So, like you would expect to create a map. So I'm just going to call it tent map equals ds map create. So there's no parameters you can put into it because it just creates the the back end, the black box, and how all it works.
Yeah.
So typically, what you would want to do is, let's just say we have temp 1 equals 1 dd. So 2, 3. So I'm trying to remember what it was. ds map add, yeah. So you see you have ID and key value. So think of this as key and value is typically how you would see it in most documentation for programming languages. You would see it as like add map would be the key, comma value for the parameters. So
Okay.
that's how I'm going to refer it to, is the key is on the left-hand side, the value is on the right-hand side. So when we add in something to the map, you can say an ID typically is a string. I think GML allows you to use other things, but I'd highly recommend just using strings. So let's say we have num1 here and temp num1 over here on the right hand side. And why is this not liking this? Oh, I see what that's right. So this is how you would add it. So you have to pass in the ID. So I kind of misspoke a moment ago.
Oh, yeah,
Pass in the ID of the map. Then you have the key, which is what it shows, and the value. I didn't see the comma down there. Anywho, so you pass in the map that you want to add stuff to, then you add the key, then you add the value. So you would do this any number of times for everything. And let me actually make sure this is proper here. So 3, 2,
That might
3.
be a bit tricky, like writing the keys, giving them unique keys when I'm perhaps adding additional tents during runtime or something. It's obviously.
And I
If I
was
know.
going to show you how you can do that.
Oh, sweet.
So yeah. So I just wanted to show you that's the basics of how you add it to it to pull out the data. GML does some weird shit. I will say that right now. So let's just call this var temp equal. So you would there is a function that you can do that it's very similar to this, but how I found the best way to do it. Temp map. You basically pull it out like an array, and then you would put it. You basically just do this, if that makes sense. So forget what this is called, but it's whatever, the question mark, which tells the array function to pull out an ID versus an array number.
Okay.
So wait, someone typed in my chat. Oh, 7. I'm not even looking at chat on my side. Sorry, guys. I've been so focused on this. I apologize. And thank you, 7, for queuing me back in. But anyways, so focusing on you for now, Flames. So this is how you would pull out the number, and it would instantaneously do it. Instead of looping through the entire array, that's how you would pull it out. But so there's that. To add dynamic IDs. So for the sake of argument, less than, let's just throw a number in here so we don't get an error. I plus plus. Add this in here and then I'll describe it. So just for the sake of argument here. So, okay, so kind of what I'm doing here is basically you can do this. So you create a string with a core ID, such as dynamic or dy or something like that, just so that you can tell the difference between a dynamic versus the static. It's something I recommend. You don't have to do it this way, but you can literally just, when you create the key, you can do something like this.
Yeah.
So you're just concatenating, as I say, the string with your core ID plus the loop.
Yeah.
So there's two ways you can do this. You can either one save instead of using a var like a loop like this, you could just create a counter, let's say. And whenever you add something to the map, because you are going to create and you are going to destroy, you can just, instead of doing this plus counter and then do a counter, plus plus afterwards. So that way you always have a unique number, a unique ID as you go through it.
Yeah, I guess I kind of already set that up yesterday, so that's brilliant.
Okay, so cool. So yeah, this way it's a bit more. Okay, how do I say this? The point of any kind of built-in function in any language is to obfuscate or abstract out some of the more difficult functionality that it takes. But when using those, typically when you use those functions, you end up sacrificing processing time for it. There are exceptions. There are times when using the language core functions or whatever are better than anything you can do, but that has to deal with the way things are, how do you say, programmed behind the hood.
Yeah.
And it has to do with compilers, and that in itself is a class, a whole semester class. Hated that class. I understand it, but it sucked trying to get through it all. Anyways, but basically, kind of to rehash everything here, you would dynamically add everything in this, and then you would be able to access it this way. And it would be significantly faster. It'll pull the information almost instantaneously, but it does a specific type of searching algorithm to go through the array, and it's all behind the hood. I'm not 100% sure how GML does it, since it's built on top of C++. I have a very good idea of how it works, but that's beyond the scope of this conversation. But doing something similar to this, and I'll send you this code so you can have it as a reference as well in Discord to kind of get a general idea of how you can do some of this stuff. But to actually pull, yeah, okay. Okay, but I'll just take a step back. Questions?
Nothing right now. Go ahead.
Okay. So let me go ahead and just send this to you. So you kind of have this as a reference. Come on. There you go. So you have that as a reference.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So now, okay, just I guess take one step back to make sure I understand what you are currently doing. You are having every tree look for the nearest character, object, whatever it is, and then you are finding. Okay, go ahead.
You're hung up on the transparency stuff still. We're incrementing through every tree at a rate of one tree per step to find the nearest one ultimately.
Okay. you're still going to have to use the nearest function. But then it should pull that object.
No, I don't. I don't use any instance nearest or anything. I'm maybe if you look at the code, it baffles me because it was years ago that I wrote this, but it's like it's comparing all of the distances, and as it goes through, it's like, is this one closer than the one I just checked? Yeah, if so, then update the shortest distance, and then move on to the next one. So it keeps doing this point distance check on everything, and then ultimately it has the ID of the one that was the closest after comparing them all or going through them all.
Okay. Yeah, what you were doing is called a linear search. Okay. And the problem with a linear search is that like I said, it goes through every single one.
Yep.
And that is the worst search in existence.
Right. It's just that the characters keep moving around, so the nearest one changes.
Exactly. So I'm just going through some ideas in my head on how this can be done. Because that's also part of the problem too, is this, because you're going through and doing it that way. I mean, it's not wrong. It is a way.
Yeah.
It's done too much. And what you are doing is what everybody does it in the beginning.
Yeah.
And because it's more of this that you don't. It's one of those things, you don't know what you don't know.
Exactly.
And so I'm trying to figure out the best way to describe a solution for this, because now I really understand what's going on. For some reason, I didn't. I think my brain fog that I have today is starting to clear up a bit. I think that's why. My medicine's kicking in. That would be why. Anyways, digressing. Remember that grid system, that 10 by 10 grid system that I was describing before?
Yeah.
It might be a good idea to I'm trying to figure out the best way I can describe this.
Somebody's mentioned this before. I think it's like they would only look in the grid cell that they're in because we can guarantee those ones are all the closest ones.
Correct. So what you can do is basically something similar to what I'm doing, actually. Let me open up my game back here. Don't like where they put that. That's right. I put it in a different spot. Recent projects. There it is. So kind of looking at my screen here, and I have this. Just bring this up. So if you look at my screen, I am doing essentially what you just described, which is it's not quite involved as what you're trying to do, but this might give you a very good explanation on how it works. So each one of these grids are, a major grid, and then inside I have like these 3x3 little grids.
Yeah.
So what you could have is whenever a mob or one of your characters crosses a grid line, and there are very effective ways on how you can do that, and I can describe that in a minute. You basically move a reference from object, let's stay up here so it's less clutter, object from the object reference in this grid to the next grid. Right. Meaning, so this is like A1, so like A1 grid moving into A2 grid, you would basically just pass a reference within an A1 from the A1 map to the A2 map or array. I for this, I don't know you use array or map. Anyways, we'll talk about that in a sec.
Okay.
So that way, whenever, you know, the character is in this grid, it will loop through every single grid on the screen, every step, but will only interact with anything that's inside of that grid. So anything inside these grids will only interact with each other. And assuming it's a 10 by 10 grid, it will actually decrease the total processing time by 90%, roughly.
That's pretty damn good. I've
If
got
you-
ads,
if-
by the way, but
yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay.
But my thought was, is it not better to, like, you know, the first thing we want to do is look at the grid cell that we're in, but what if there's no trees in that cell? Then we need to look at, like, the adjacent ones and expand out, right? It's still going to be faster, but we've got to be able to deal with when there is nothing in the current cell.
Why do you need to expand out to other grids? I'm missing a context here. That's why I'm asking.
Well, there are maps where the trees are quite sparse, for example, and there could be large areas of open fields or whatever, and there may not be any trees in the cell on the 10 by 10 grid that this carpenter is standing in, and he would need to know he's got to move to a different cell.
Oh, okay. So, okay, yeah. That you shift the perspective on me. So I now understand what you're talking about there. Because I was thinking, again, hung up on the transparency. But for that, if you need to, for instance, automatic, it shifts over to the next one. And okay, hold on. I'm going through pseudocode in my head here. And I'm glad you guys in my chat are having fun, since I'm currently ignoring you, and I apologize for that. I don't mean to. Okay. So grid logic is what I call it, because I am doing something similar to that. Essentially, what you would want to do is look at how would you prioritize that? Sorry, trying to think here. So, just for the sake of argument, is there any kind of prioritization if a carpenter is going to cut down a tree? Is it the closest tree to the center of the map, closest tree to the center of the village? Is there any kind of prioritization that you have?
It's the closest tree to themselves.
To themselves. Okay. So if the character is in the middle of the village and it looking for a tree, it will find the nearest tree, correct?
Yes, with the additional conditions that it's not on fire or held by the player, but that's not prioritization.
So there is a implicit prioritization, meaning that it's not necessarily being set by you, but it's just by the nature of the code itself. There is an implicit prioritization. And are there any instances that you have envisioned that it would not be in the center of town or in the middle of the forest when it would begin to look for a tree?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean.
Yeah, that kind of answers my question. Essentially, what I'm trying to say is that is there a moment in time where that character could be doing something else, and then it shifts to go get a tree? So it's somewhere else on the map hunting, but you decide that you wanted to go cut down a tree instead. Is that possible?
No, it would never have an action interrupted by suddenly deciding that it would. It would always return to idle, and then at that point it decides what it's going to do next.
Okay, so it goes to an idle state. Okay, in that, where can that idle state occur?
Anywhere.
Any time?
Yeah, it could have traveled across the map to drink from a stream, and then once it's no longer thirsty, it returns to idle and decides, oh, I got to chop a tree.
And so then from the stream, it would look for a tree, the nearest tree to it.
Yes, unless it has a tree in its
Okay.
memory, but that's not relevant to this.
Okay, so that is what I was looking for. So okay, then that will change the paradigm of how I'm going to approach this. Let me think for a moment. So what you could do is set up a explicit, I think it's explicit, prioritization, meaning that, well, just have it go in searching for the closest tree. Is there, just for the sake of argument here, if someone is carrying something, does it increase or decrease their speed, like
No.
movement speed at all?
No.
Okay. So yeah, so technically it doesn't matter where it is on the map, between 2 points, because it'll take the same amount of time to get from point A to point B. Okay. So if you want them to be able to pick up and just pick any tree that's closest to it and then go from there, and there's nothing in that square. Oh boy. And I guess one final question. The village can be basically placed anywhere on the map. It's not always in the direct center. Or
Correct.
is it always in the direct center?
It's
Okay.
random.
Random. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out how the best way to do the grid logic on this would be.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking that you might want to, pick the tree pick a tree that's in the direction of the center or in the center of town, so to speak.
That's a good option.
So
yeah.
so let's say like this, like B and B, this B1 as I call it, this grid right here is the village location, and say the character is like down here drinking water or whatever, he decides to cut down a tree. It would first look in, like, maybe go to this grid or this grid to look for a tree. Even if there's a tree closer over here, it would still may look to one of these grids, or
First?
possibly just a grid to the north.
It wouldn't check its
First,
own cell
correct.
first? Why not?
Well, I mean, assuming that I have assumed that there is nothing in the tree.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
No trees in this grid.
Okay.
And Jake wants me to do push-ups, so I'll hold those off for now, but they're in the queue, Jake. Damn you.
I'll do 10 push-ups with you if you want.
Well, let me get through this thought, and then
Yeah.
let's do them.
Okay.
So basically, what you could do is check to see if what grid is closer to the center of town, and then look at that grid first for trees.
Yeah.
And then how you would go from there is, at that point you may just continue to look, or you may look to the left-hand side because it's on the left, it's on the grid to the left, or the column grid to the left, type of thing. So you can figure out that priority, but by creating a priority in there, it will actually decrease the total processing time to find the next best option for it, and plus it will assist the player in gathering resources slightly faster. So I guess I asked you all those questions because that's kind of how I figure out the best solution for a problem, and it was just mostly an exercise to kind of help give you an idea as well as possibly give you solutions. So
right, it is more efficient that way, but how I would probably do it, unless there's some issues with this, is in typical Gamemaker fashion, if there's no trees in your current cell, I would go one cell right of it. If there's no trees there, then I would move up one cell and so on, and just go around in a counterclockwise direction, expanding out until trees are found.
Yes. But if you wanted to implement a prioritization thing to make it a little bit faster, or whatever, it may make it faster.
To me, it would make the behavior less consistent. That's more what I'm concerned about, is predictable behavior. Rather than going back to town, because that it makes a lot of sense. It is more efficient, but I just want them to behave more consistently and go for ideally the nearest or a pretty near tree to themselves.
Yeah. Then what you just described would be ideal. And I guess without realizing it, added bells and whistles, so to speak. So later, once you get the basics down, you could do a prioritization thing in there, and it would be a very minor modification to the code, I think.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to just do a up, right, down, left type fashion, or whatever, clockwise, whichever way you wanted to do it, that would work. You could just look at your grid, then look one to the right, one down and left. However, doing that without a massive switch statement, because let me show you something I've had to do. That's not it. I've had to do something like this, because when I'm trying to find the adjacent ones, I literally, because of the way I do this, it's for my mental image and my memory issues why I do it this way.
Uh-huh.
But I'm literally having to do a switch case inside of a switch case to do it. So you may end up running into something like that depending on how you identify your grids. However, you could just keep. Sorry, thinking through this.
I've done similar when compiling the list of adjacent free cells when pathfinding, right? It loops around in a counterclockwise direction, and because it's just an XY coordinate, I'm able to do the current XY position, X plus 1, then X plus 1, Y minus 1, right?
Correct. That's it. That's what I was going to suggest. Basically, you put it into a 2D array, and then you can just add 1 to the X or whatever and then 1 to the Y, and so you're pulling it out of that 2D array.
Right.
So yeah, you just described everything I was trying to describe in a much better way than I could have.
Cool.
Right now, so cool. Yeah, but so in essence, the best way that I personally can envision, there are probably still better ways, is to create a grid system and just loop through that grid and process everything within that grid at a time, and then break out of the grid for the specific instances of the character looking for a tree.
How do we tie that into the previous stuff about the maps and keys to get only the trees in the current grid on the larger grid, if you will, in the current cell of the larger grid?
Everything inside of the... Hold on, how do I do this? How do I describe this?
Because it had multiple arrays inside of the map, didn't it? So would each one just be its own array, sort of thing?
I'm trying to... I have the abstract concept in my head. It's just putting it into words sometimes is difficult for me.
Right.
Essentially, we're kind of conflating two different things here. And what I mean by that is the map is to access the information faster versus having to loop through the array, the complete array of all instances every time you're looking at something. The map will access it instantaneously.
Yeah.
Where the grid system just separates, it reduces the amount of processing needed to find the distance between 2 points. And so they're kind of almost mutually exclusive from each other, because one solves one problem and one solves another problem when it comes to the way the information is being processed. However, the grid would be using the arrays. You could still put everything inside of the grid in an array and do what you're doing now. It's just it would be looping through the instances inside that greater grid, if you will, box, and not everything else. So it would overall decrease the processing time if you choose not to do the maps and just do the grid type system. It would decrease the overall processing time because you're not looking at everything, just everything inside of that grid, with the exception cases where you have to look out to the next grid over. So that would decrease the total processing time as well.
I'm imagining that I want to use both methods, but
Yes.
I can't visualize right now how they would sort of work in conjunction.
Sorry, I should have said this before. I'm thinking out loud and trying to slow my thought process down so I can understand what's going on, because I won't get into it, but the way I think is chaotic. I've been tested for it. Anyways, the maps. So by using, if you were to use both, you would create a map for all the different types of objects. Like you would have multiple maps for the objects.
Yeah.
Each different type of object, and then you could reference that map. Well, no, that won't. You could use a map for the greater grid. That would help. But then again, you can also, if you're just doing it, no, you don't want to do a map for the greater grid. Because you want the array, because you're still accessing. If you use a 2D array for the greater grid, you're accessing them instantaneously using their actual index positions and not looping through the array. So that won't work. Okay, this is how you do it. So anytime you store anything inside of, let's say, a grid object, because every single one of my, bring back up my game here. Every single one of my grids here is an individual object in itself. So all of these are being dynamically created, and you can save an array of keys inside of each one of these objects for every object that's inside of these grids.
Okay.
Kind of repeating myself here, I apologize. And you have a separate map, or a global map, if you will, that these keys will then reference that information, each one of those objects. So by doing that, you will have one massive map, but everything will be able to be accessed almost near instantaneously. And the big O I was talking about will shrink to near nothing.
Wow.
If you do it this way.
Okay.
So the reason for that is because if you have everything in a 2D array, the greater grid in the 2D array, you're instantaneously accessing that specific object, pulling it out of the array. They call that O of 1. Then you're accessing the keys inside of the greater grid object, which is an array, and you'll be able to loop through all of those keys and then pull out the information directly from the map using those keys. So that would become O of n, if you understand what the nth, when people reference that. But basically, it's a very slow or very quick way to pull out the information, and instead of I'm convoluting thoughts here, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not feeling great, so that's the reason why I'm not able to process this very well right now. Okay, so we talked about the 2x2 or the 2D array to pull the information instantaneously there. Then by storing the keys in the greater grid, and you're looping through trying to do whatever processing in there, you take those keys, access the map, and you're able to instantly pull the information, so you're not having to use the instance find by looping it, but where that loops through the entire array every single time. So this one it just increases or decreases the overall processing time significantly. So it's just the quicker access of the information. So by having everything in a map, all the characters and all the objects in a map, you're able to pull out the information faster than you could with the instance find. That's the point of the map.
Right.
So by having the keys in an array inside of the 2D array, you can then basically just process all the information within that frame quickly.
Right.
Or within that cell quickly, I should say. So that's kind of how you marry them together.
Okay. I'm starting to be able to visualize it.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out there's a better way I can describe this, and it's not coming to me. I would say try to run with that. Do as simple as a version as you can, and you might even just start a new project and just play with the maps a little bit.
Yeah.
To try to get an idea of how it worked. I would not highly recommend not just trying to dump it into your code that you have there, especially since you have zero experience with them.
Right.
And maybe just try to create something like I am here. Just like create a visual grid using like the maps and try to access information inside those maps. I mean, I would recommend taking a couple of days and trying to create something with this. And if you need me to jump in and give you some pointers or whatever, just hit me up.
Awesome.
I love helping people figure this kind of stuff like this out if you haven't figured that out yet. But just hit me up anytime. And assuming that I'm at my computer and not distracted by something else, I can immediately jump in a call with you and try to work with you on it.
Yeah, no, really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, anytime. I'm married to my computer as it is right now, anyways. Just mess with it. Think of something, how you would want to implement it in your game, and then do it on the side project and just see what you come up with. And if you get confused, hit me up. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. Can I run what I got like back to you, and you tell me how much I've managed to understand, or do you want to just let me
yes.
just let you go? No.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying, but I think please repeat what I have told to you, so you have an understanding. So I can verify it. There you go. Yes,
okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So I am going to create a grid which contains 2D arrays. I should say, first I'm going to create a map for each type of object, which is updated when those are created and destroyed, and I do DS map keys to array to refresh that each time. And then I have a grid of 2D arrays which contain the keys for the specific cell in the grid. And this is where it starts getting blurry for me. So then the carpenter go
There's
ahead.
one correction. It is a single 2D array.
Okay.
And then inside each one of the quote unquote cells of that 2D array, you have some kind of object or struct or something that houses all the information for that cell.
Okay.
And however you want to build that, you can do that. I do have recommendations, but I will expand upon that once you understand the basics and actually have something. Then we can expand on how that can work. But go ahead. But that's the only correction I have. But go ahead, continue.
So maybe I'd want to put the keys. This is where it gets confusing. How do I? Because it's now I'm no longer just making a DS map for all instances of a specific type, or am I? Is it? And then at the time of turning those keys into an array, is that when I check which cell of the 2D array grid system that they're in? Or
okay, you can do it both. You can do it both ways. You can have one large list, or you can have individual lists. Individual lists will technically be faster.
Okay.
Not by much, but considering we're trying to optimize everything as much as possible, I would have every type of group of objects inside of individual DS maps.
Yes.
And then whenever you add or subtract from that map, you would then update the list of keys.
Right.
But I see. Your question is how do you track that? Okay, I now recall where you asked that, where you were talking about that before, and I see your confusion. Let me figure out a way to clear this. So, is there ever going to be a time you need to loop through everything and see everything? But meaning, like, you need to loop through every object and check something on every single object that's currently in existence. Is there ever a time you'll need to do that?
I don't think so.
So we need to slightly modify the frame of reference of what we're trying to do here. Then.
Oh, wait. Healing. If the shaman, there's a max range on it. So no, still it would. They're only looking for low health humans within a certain range of themselves, not scanning through all of them regardless. So no, I don't think I ever need to do that. Sorry.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Well, that does create a problem with what we're trying to do, though. Hold on, let me think about this for a sec. That might be a case where you just have to do the closest, or there is a way to pull all the objects within a diameter distance, but that's a collision. Yeah, at that point, I would recommend using a collision for that one. Basically, whatever the range is for the shaman to heal, you get a collision. All the characters that are within that collision, you would loop through all those, and you would do that like you would handle that like you would do like a normal collision. So I would recommend that. But for the sake of the grid system, because I mean that is also like a one-off type thing, and unless it happens every second. But yeah, so anyways, that's a whole different topic of how we want to approach stuff like that. Anyways, conflating things again, god damn it. So, since you are not in theory, and then this should be easily changeable later. If you do need to loop through it later, there's something I can show you how to do. I can show you a way to do that. But you don't need to actually worry about any kind of tracking of the number of keys at any time. You just need to track where they are within the grid. So if they go from one grid to the right side of the grid, you basically just pass the key of that object into that grid, the next grid object, and delete it from the previous grid.
Okay.
So you don't necessarily need to track the number of them or anything else like that. So that way, if that object is destroyed, you just destroy the key within that cell, and then they destroy the object or the reference. Or no, you destroy the object in the map, and it's just gone. So and then nothing else can reference it. So you don't necessarily need to keep a running list of all of them on there, because you only need to track the ones that are in each individual cell. So
I see.
That is the benefit of the map.
Yeah.
That would be, and that's so
it's like distributed across the cells. It's like this. It's like chopped up.
Yes.
Interesting.
Correct. So, and then that way you're only processing stuff that's within that cell, and you would have to loop through every single cell. So you would have a, 2 for loops going through. However, to decrease time, you can just have a running count of objects in a cell. And this kind of gets into constructors and stuff like that, which I can help you with that too. But if that number is greater or is 0, then you just skip the cell. You don't do any further processing.
Yeah.
It's a delimiter, if you will. Is kind of I think that's what they call it.
Okay.
And it's a way to, again, further increase the sorry, the words. I'm having some major issues today. I apologize with my memory. Yeah, but it creates a way for you to skip significant parts of your code. If nothing's going to happen, don't enter it to begin with. Is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, but I can optimize. Fuck, there's the word. I can help you different ways to optimize, and as you go through, I'll give you more and more pointers. But yeah. So, considering all the verbal diarrhea that I just threw at you over the last hour, however long this call is, fuck, it's been almost about an hour and a half. Exactly an hour and a half. Any questions? Anything else that you'd like, or I can go over for you, or anything else? Hopefully, I can do it halfway decently.
I think I might need to go away and like let this percolate, because it's getting very hazy. It's getting real hazy now.
Yes. Understood. Yep. And like I said, hit me up anytime, and I'll try to break the haze or reword things and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, no, you're a great teacher, and I really appreciate it. It's not on you at all. It's like my I just need time for it to like sink in, you know.
Sounds good. Yep. And again, hit me up whenever you need to, man.
All right. Thanks, bro.
You're welcome. Have a good one, Flames.
Bye for now. You too.
Later.
Bye. Whoa. Okay. I was beginning to feel like I was understanding, and then by the end I had no idea what was going on again. Hey Hamster, sorry. Yeah, I was kind of locked in there. I just had to like focus on what Brewer was saying. And I'm still confused. I feel like I understand it up to a point. Like I could perhaps, if I do a bit of research, and look into some of these like DS maps and whatnot, I could probably lay the groundwork for it. But yeah, there's certainly a point where it starts getting real confusing. Like maybe I could set up the structure of this stuff, but then how I actually kind of utilize it, effectively, I that's where it really sort of falls apart for me. I'm going to kind of talk through it to myself. So I set up a 2D array that is this kind of grid, and it stores the keys. Okay, each let's say, I'm just going to call it a grid. Each cell of this grid contains like an array or something that just off the top of my head, no, but I have done it. I can refresh myself on that. Use a struct in each cell. Okay, I've not used structs yet, or maybe I have like once. That's going to be kind of a new thing. So each cell of this grid is going to contain... Sorry, I just want to call it a grid for simplicity, but it's a 2D array that represents a grid. And each cell of this grid represented by this 2D array contains a struct, which contains the keys for the things that reside within that cell. Use a string. That seems like it would be... Well, are you saying just whilst I kind of like familiarize myself? I think I'd rather try to use the structs and get used to that. See, I feel like I understand kind of how I want to structure this thing, maybe roughly. But you were saying that I don't want a DS map for every object, or do I still want a DS map for every object? There's a bit of confusion. I do want a DS map for every object type. Every object, there is a DS map for each type of object. And then the keys that reference those are stored in the specific cells of the grid. And then as those objects move from one cell into another, we pass the keys around. Okay, so it seems like I've understood all of that. So I understand like how I'm going to sort of have an array of keys for each type as well in each cell. And wait, so not a struct? No, I'm confused. Why is there a struct as well as an array inside of each cell of the grid? An array of keys for each type. So the struct contains the arrays. A struct of arrays. Okay. Let me... A struct of arrays that contains each that contain keys of types. Okay. That's not very well worded, but that's it. So I kind of understand how to like structure this thing, but then when it comes to the actual like application of it, that's where it just drops off a cliff and I have no idea anymore. I can't like visualize anything anymore beyond that point. Like once we have this thing set up, what the hell? So the carpenter would be like in a cell on this grid and he would be looking for a tree, so we know that there's an array that contains keys just specifically of trees in the same cell that he's in. Okay. That's the thing that confuses me. We know that he's in the same cell as these trees in our example. But he still has to determine which one of them's the closest one. But that's where the thing comes in. But you were saying maybe there's a better way to do it than the linear approach that I've been taking. But if I was to use, you know, the only tool that I have, the hammer, and use my existing method, then I would be going through the array indexes that contain all of the keys of all of these trees at a rate of 1 per step. But I'm beginning to wonder, is it even necessary to distribute this stuff over time anymore, like one instance per step? Or is it going to be so fast ultimately that there's no reason to do that? Regardless, we would compare the distances, if I'm still using my linear method, of all of these different trees for which we have the keys of. Based on the cell of the grid that we're in. Okay, one more time. I'm in a cell on the grid. I'm trying to find the nearest tree. I look at the array that contains all of the keys of all of the trees in the same cell as me, and we compare the distances to find the nearest one. Right, because we're not doing 600 trees. And then we have so that would be the first thing to do, and then beyond that we would expand into what if there are no trees in the same cell as me, and then we decide how we're going to handle that from there. Most likely just let's look one cell to the right for trees and so on and so forth, and do the same thing until we find a tree. Okay, I guess I can see it through right the way to like the end. That's good. Remains to be seen how it will go in practice, but I have a plan. That is cool. A struct of arrays that contain keys of types of, well, contain keys of objects, because that's what objects are. Right, if I get like a basic version of it working, then it can be expanded upon. I always like to say simplest implementation first. Cool. Well, it's quite late here and I am extremely hungry at this point, so this will be something I start on tomorrow, I think. And yes, I might just start a blank project and play around with it, although, well, yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. It is unfortunate that this is all right, thank you. I'll be looking out for it. It's unfortunate that this has become necessary. If I knew then what I know now, it could have all been done this way from the beginning, right? But here we are. You know, I suppose I was just hoping to get off easy, but no. I'm going to have to do a lot of learning and a lot of work to salvage this project, really, because there's just no way. You're absolutely right. It needs to be optimized. I couldn't release it in its current state. I don't think. It's just teetering on the edge of total collapse, basically. And it's also not good to have to think like, I mean, they do say what limitations, you know, cultivate creativity or something, but it's not good to have to like say, well, this is just the upper limit and I have to work within these constraints. It's much nicer to find faster ways of doing things that you know, make it so that the constraints stay the same, but so much more is possible that way. Well, there it is. That's the creativity that the constraints force you to unlock, or whatever, isn't it? That's exactly what that saying means, and I'm learning that the hard way. Whoa, but yeah, I mean, there's absolutely no way that I could have done this on my own. So I really appreciate the support. Right, right. Yeah, it's crazy because it's like some sort of 3 times already. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was describing it the other day. It's like some sort of old school Dungeons and Dragons dungeon, and it's like you go deeper and deeper into it, and you gain more and more knowledge, and the knowledge, if you had it, would have completely changed all of your prior decisions, but you didn't have the knowledge at the time. Hey, Fizzy Busy. How's it going? So it's like necessary to get to this point to gain the knowledge, but then it like recontextualizes everything, all of your past experiences. It's a hell of a thing. GML is a hell of a drug. And just coding in general, I suppose. Really crazy. It is. I suppose the upside, looking on the bright side, is that the project can be saved. We can salvage it. Versus throwing it in the trash. Which wouldn't help. That wouldn't actually help. That would be more work. It's less work to refactor the existing project than build something completely from the ground up. Is it? Maybe. That could be debatable. There is some stuff which I don't think I can justify the time in refactoring it now. I think I'm forced to embrace the jank. But that's stuff that isn't causing crippling performance issues, right? I can't actually ship the game with the performance issues, so this is completely necessary. Right. I can make the change now. Yep. Can't go back in time. Definitely, yeah, there's definitely no need to start over in this case. It will be really nice when I, one day move on to another project 3 years from now or something, but and it will be, everything will be, structured completely differently from the ground up with everything that I've learned. But I suppose that never ends. That you're probably constantly learning, right? So that's always going to happen. Hmm. Yep. Surrender to the flow. And so right. Yeah, I'm pretty good at not like being ashamed of my past self or whatever, right? Because that's kind of pointless. You did the best with what you could at the time, And then when we're pathing around, yeah, my mind's kind of going on like, how can this be used? Oh. Creation of the 2D array. 2D array create 10. For I equals 0, I less than 10, I plus 2D array. I equals array create 10. Whoa, we're making another array inside of Oh wait, is that how that's how you create a 2D array? That makes sense. You need an array within an array. Okay, excuse me. Function gridbox ID constructor. This is a constructor. Self.id. So using self inside of a constructor is referencing the constructor in the same way that self would reference an object. Okay. So my ID equals the ID that we passed in. Trees equals... I'm not sure what these square brackets mean like that. Is that creating... what is that? Don't know what that is. Characters, tense. That is a blank array. Okay, that would have been my guess, but I wasn't sure. Fill 2D array. I less than 10. J less than 10. 2D array ij. New grid box. And now we're using this function, sorry, constructor. We're using this constructor to create a struct. Okay, so constructors create structs. That makes sense. String I plus string j. So the ID is the coordinates in the 2D array, basically. That is very nice. Thing. Hey, Bitsabyte, we're optimizing. With Brewer's help, I am optimizing because the game is grinding to a halt, and this is the only way that I'm actually going to salvage the project. Yep. I'm preparing to run the gauntlet. I have to steel myself. It's, yeah, not gonna lie, it's pretty daunting. Especially, it's a bit of a blow because I had it in my head like, oh, I'm sort of winding down. Like I'm halfway there. We're almost there. We're living on a prayer. You know. Yeah, that's the thing. I have to like reconfigure my brain. That is quite hard for me. But with the help of psychotropic drugs, it can be done. Track the memory differently. Look into, I'll do homework on DS maps. Oh my god, 4 hours. Yep. I feel you, man. DS lists. Fortunately, I'm pretty familiar with DS lists. That's predominantly what I've been using, and then a little bit of arrays. But I'll read the documentation on DS maps then. I have used DS maps. I used them in the ProcGen stuff for something like all of the like the noise map and stuff is stored in a DS map and stuff like that, I think. And the height map or whatever, the fall off map. I think those are all DS maps if I recall. So I have a little bit of experience with them, but you know, I really fumbled my way through a lot of that and then immediately forgot everything as soon as I didn't have to deal with it anymore. That's usually how I operate. It's like I don't know if I even have long-term memory. It's like everything is in temporary memory, and then once I don't need it anymore, it's gone. It's not very helpful, I'll be honest with you. Because inevitably you do need it. You do need to know those things again. And then I'm like reading back my code and trying to relearn it again. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, well this is a very cool thing, because it's like building a tool that does the thing for you. Well, I mean, how else would you do it? You certainly... It wouldn't make sense to do it any other way, but well, I'm just saying it's very cool. And I really appreciate it. Thank you. Again, you're definitely going to be... I'm adding you onto the special thanks list right now. There we go. You'll be in the credits if we ever make it that far. Oh, you also... Oh yeah, I don't normally show this stuff on stream. I forgot I have the desktop up. I just have a Word document. Oh my god. Yeah. I have, like... This is all the patch notes. These are all unreleased patch notes that have been piling up for 6 months or longer. These are all the bugs I fixed. And half of the shit doesn't even get written down. Because at a certain point, I just stop taking notes and keep coding. Oh, nice. Tabs, that would be pretty sweet. Yeah, I have to scroll all the way down. There's probably something like where I can jump to the headings or something, but... Oh, man. Yeah. So we got like all these silly little things that completely don't matter whatsoever anymore, because the game is not gonna... It's unshippable unless I can optimize it, so... We can forget about everything on this list and optimize. So, but this, because this, we've been talking about like finding the nearest of something, right? I hate to say it, but like when you suggested that I use collision ellipse for finding the injured humans for the healers, I was like, you'll never take me alive. I'll never use a collision ellipse. If I can find any way to avoid it, I will, but yeah, maybe I have to. Maybe I have to accept that. But who knows? If there is any possible way around it, I will take it. But yeah, we've been thinking about like we've got to find the nearest object, but how... I'm assuming this same grid system can be used for the pathfinding. Potentially. Maybe. Yeah. You always got to go for the cheapest option that makes sense, yeah. Well, I have to build my own pathfinding algorithm. That's the problem, isn't it? That would be like, once we've done all of this stuff, then I would have to make my own pathfinding instead of using Gamemaker's pathfinding. Right. But it's done a lot more often than that. Done every tick, basically, isn't it? No. Not currently. Currently, it's based on how many humans there are. If there's 42 humans, it takes 42 steps to come up with the lowest health human at the end after checking them all. It already exists. Well, thank God for that, because I could... Right, but I have to, like, figure out how it works and implement it and all of that. At least I don't... Yeah, I can stand on the shoulders of giants. So I've got that going for me. But it's still going to be a lot to redo all my pathfinding. Or maybe it's not going to be as much as I think. I don't know. In my head, at least, it's a very daunting thing to have to do at this stage as well. Yeah. It's just kind of crazy to me that I've been able to make something that performs this badly, if you know what I mean. It's quite a feat. It's not easy, but it can be simplified. But it's almost certainly necessary. No, I mean, I am. I never thought I'd be able to create anything so complex that I never thought I'd have to worry about performance at all. You know what I mean? Like, I just didn't think I could possibly hit the limit. Ads. Oh my God, can I stop those? Abort the ads. No, it's too late. Ads are going for a minute. I'll have a drink. Okay, there we go. Ads are over. Half the viewers left. Is that a problem? Is that why nobody watches my stream? Is it the ads? Could be. There we go. Welcome back. Yeah, no, no. I meant that in a good way. Like, I never thought that I'd ever have to worry about like hardware limitations, or I'd never thought that I could make anything so complex that would ever be an issue. So yeah, it's a positive thing. It's actually quite cool that I've gotten to this point where now, like, oh, I need to do all this crazy stuff to optimize this. And yeah, it is good that it's salvageable, because I've been doing this for 3 years, and it would kind of suck if it just all fell apart at some point. This is the second major scare, but I feel very reassured after today. I had one bug with the pathfinding, which I couldn't fix for like 6 months, and I was like, this could be it. You know, the project that could just, you know, fall at this hurdle and never make it to fruition. And this is like the second time where I felt like that, because I've been racking my brain, like, how can I optimize this stuff and get it stable again. I'll also write that down. I can't pronounce that word. You've said it twice now, and Dijkstra's? No, I'm definitely not saying that right. Algorithm. Oh. Okay, but that comes later. We've got to Dijkstra's album. No, can't even say algorithm anymore. What? Oh, sweet! I won this auction. That's what I was hoping for. Beautiful. Yes, please ship that to me immediately. Dijkstra's algorithm. Dijkstra's? Oh, Dijkstra's algorithm? Like Dijkstra's. There we go, I got it. Dijkstra's algorithm. Awesome. Yeah, I'm very upset about that. I'm very resistant to it. But it has to be done. That sounds about right. God, it's honestly unbelievable the shit that people have come up with. Anyway, I guess I'll find somebody to raid. I better get out of here. And eat whatever scraps remain in the kitchen. I'm running seriously low on food today. Well, Brewer's still live. You are still live, so we'll head back. What is this? Streamception? We could create an infinite loop here if we're not careful. Thanks again for all the help, and take it easy. I'll be back tomorrow to continue slamming my head against the desk. Peace out.